things. I'm getting sound both in my headset and the laptop at once, and it fixed.
I've clicked live. So we'll just check. Buster.
I have enough confidence in the things that I know. I have enough wisdom to see the logic will be shown. I got one chance to show you what I got. I got one chance to show I'm confident or not. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, and the fools are running away. It's not what you say, it's only what you can prove. You better watch your step, you better mind your P's and Q's. You got one chance, show me what you got. You got one chance to show you confident or not. Don't get caught in the matrix of all of these fakers. Society's spinning, and I'm just here living on the ground. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, logically thinking, and the fools are running away. You're flipping over backwards to show me where you think you are. Your model dictates that you never see too far. Shrinking in the distance, you can do fuck all with an angle, and the fools are running away.
And we are live. Welcome, everyone that's listening. Today it's obviously Model Affliction Monday. I was wondering whether we should do this or not and carry it on, but I mean, I think this is why we're here for this particular day, right? There's most people that are listening have all been drawn into this because of this model affliction, and it rears its head all the time. I'm calling it the Great Paralogism, meaning that it's paralogisms, to me at least, go back, they're a long time thing, but it's the result of faulty logic, like a fallacy. It's a fallacious reasoning, but it's the conclusion of the end is built upon faulty logic, and so I call it the great paralogism, because this model that people have made up in their own heads is the model that they don't know where it's come from. Someone once said, show me R. Where's R? Give me R. And it's right. It's nobody's ever done that. It's impossible to do that. Even built in the concepts of geometry. The moment you get to solid geometry, there is no R. Start talking about a diameter. Always a straight line, though. Gives it away. So, tonight, it being Model Affliction Monday, and the Great Paralogism, it came to me that occurred that somebody said that one of the Globe Science channels had took a video that we did and gone over it, so thought it would be good to do an inception. Somebody said, you know, you're gonna have to go over this because they've gone over our video, so we're going over a video tonight from Blue Marble Science, his channel, where he's gone over a video of us just talking about stuff like we do. Now, I've heard Rumpus is involved, as he is, second in command over there at the Blue Marble Science live show. And I'm hoping, and well, whenever you give a model afflicted people chance to talk to each other, you know that there is no there's no talk of the model, there's no productive talk. So how they must communicate with each other around their paralogisms, they must just keep each other's paralogisms going by saying which ones you agree with. But I know Rumpus is pretty outspoken, and I know for a fact that there are paradoxes that are laid out within the model, that there's got to be conflict. Some people have got to think one side and some people have to think the other. The old drop and the hump. Paradoxes, they're already there. So other than that, I mean, is anybody, because I mean, we have had the usual Globe fanatics in the chat for quite a while. They disappear now that we're here, but it may be give chance for Wally to sleep, because he seems to be in the chat all the time talking about his fanaticism for a model. Is anybody anything particular? I mean, I don't tend to take much notice now of the ongoing fanaticisms of the model believer. They are fanatics in the model, and they're fanatics at assuming we care. I mean, I know for a fact that everybody has a model. The fact that some people want to push their model on everybody else is amazing to me. We're having some good learning times. Right. I get this video on. You guys in Discord one. I'm not so sure whether you do. Oh, I've already got it on. You guys in Discord, see that?
Yep.
Okay, let me put it over to the YouTube. As you'll see, he's got tagged with this flat earth tag. It might be a flat earth channel talking about flat earth by talking about the globe. They keep each other going. One side, one model, blah blah blah. The other model, oh, your model's no good. Completely circular, like just the way they like it. Right, as you can see, I've got the transcript here as well. I don't know how far we're going to go in. Right, so like I say, this is Blue Marble Live. Is that a new channel? Oh, Blue Marble Science. Or maybe that's just what he's got it tagged at. Blue Marble Science. Blue Marble Live. I don't know what he tagged it as. Right. I don't know how far to start it. So I'll have to start at the beginning. We might have to keep zipping through it to get an idea of what he's going on about. Sound up.
And
yeah, it's just gone 8 o'clock in the evening here.
yeah.
And it's 7 o'clock in the morning here.
8 o'clock. You might be live now.
Good old time zones.
Yeah, where are you? I forget, Rob. Where are you?
New Zealand.
Jenison says audio is fine. All good on YouTube. From Joxy. What's going on?
How's
Yeah, we
Blues
got 12 people now.
sound
Wow.
coming through on YouTube? Is
Enough
that
for a
good?
party.
Yeah, absolutely. There's room fondle.
You guys
They're
in
trickling
Discord
in.
hear that? Okay.
A little here, a little there.
Yes, mate.
Right. I'll let Blue
Any
do his
amazing derp going on out there that we're unaware of?
welcomes.
Isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
My Cavendish proved nothing.
He's Cavendish.
Well, of course.
Size
Everybody
Mombadish.
knows it doesn't work in a vacuum. No one's ever seen it work in a vacuum.
Except all those people who have,
Yeah.
including Chemo. Chemo's seen it work in the vacuum, but
Thanks,
Yeah,
guys.
Chemo actually saw it work. Biodeal did it, and
Yep.
the only way Chemo ducks out of it is by denying that the laser was a valid way of observing movement.
Oh.
Yeah, we'll wait around for a few minutes and
This goes around and around.
yeah, and they've been doing that for years. Well, they just have to, because unfortunately for them, the method he used for measuring it wasn't optical.
Here we go. What's this?
yeah,
9:44.
we'll wait around
We're
for a
coming
few
up.
minutes and see if anybody else shows up, and then I've got let's see how long this thing is. 25
25 minutes. So it's not
about
that bad,
25
right?
minutes of video.
It's not as if we're doing the full
Copied off
3 hours of
Try
this.
Thinking's channel yesterday, where they're still pitching fits and going crazy over the idea that Jesse Kozlowski actually measured the curvature of that bridge over Lake Pontchartrain.
Because you notice there he says Jesse Kozlowski measured the curvature of the bridge by measuring zero change, about 5.8 constantly all the way across. To Blue Marble, that means curve.
Yeah, just presuppose,
And I
Yes.
cannot, for the life of me, figure out how they deny that.
Deny that all of the points being 5.8 meters or whatever for whatever means that there's a curve there for blue. Like I say, it's ridiculous.
Well, they just have to, because unfortunately for them, the method he used for measuring it wasn't optical.
Yeah, when you use an optical method, they deny it because it's got refraction and distortion in it.
See, I think this is what he's just done there is said there's only two different ways that you could possibly measure it. Optically or with GPS.
At least he admits that with optics there is all sorts of distortion involved and
Yeah.
it can't be called a measurement.
Yeah, see, people said wasn't optical because when you use any optical method, they deny it because it's got refraction. Well, try using the
And
tools
distortion.
properly, and then nobody will be denying it. It's
Yeah,
ridiculous
exactly.
for Blue to say that. Try and use an auto level over 6 miles like some of the other globe scientists, and it won't work. I'm not surprised people say refraction. It's got refraction.
That's
And
right.
when you use a method that's not optical, they deny that because it isn't optical.
Yeah. It's because in their mind they have no legitimate argument against it, so therefore it can't be valid because reasons.
You hear that?
Yeah, I heard that.
What?
Denied because it's not optical. That's not really true, is it, Blue? Denied because it's a straight line, 5.8 meters the entire way. How do you get it to curve, Blue?
I'm just skeptical of the conclusions that they've come to. A 5.8 meter without any change really over the entire distance to him is curved. To me, it's not. Zero elevation change to me is a straight line. Just the great paralogism tells you differently.
GPS, or where did you get your GPS signals from? Well, satellites in space. But space is fake. Satellites aren't real. It's this whole circular.
Is he saying he thinks that satellites in space give him GPS? He even says in that video there's a ground base station at the university or something. Jesse says that. It's crazy.
Spiral of idiocy.
Yep. Hello, Ace Fox 1 out there in the
It's really
chat.
hard to fight a circular. It's actually quite hard to fight a circular argument because they just insert rubbish at any point of the circle, don't they? And it just goes around and around.
Yeah, and they've been doing that for years. It's just the same old nonsense. I mean, and if anything that they don't like, anything that demolishes their belief, it has to be fake. It has to be CGI. It has to be, demonstrably scientifically impossible. Although the idiot who keeps saying that doesn't actually demonstrate it in any way. He just keeps stating it, which is worse.
See, it's in this thing he's got here. And it's no joke, this. He's not joking about this bullshit. It's got drop, down, drop at a 45-degree angle. Look at that. Fucking crazy. Mental. He'll try and tell you that these are horizontals as well.
It's weird he hasn't drawn any of those radial lines on the bottom of the ball, also saying down while pointing upward.
Yeah. Isn't that weird? It might just look a bit weird if he were to do that.
Yeah, I think
If
so.
he were to turn it upside down, right, then down would be up, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
That sounds like that Lewis Carroll thing, doesn't it? On the website for the Imaginometry. If you turn it upside down, then down would be up.
Yeah.
Makes complete sense if you've got a model that works like this bullshit. That's right. Bullshit.
Broken
About as much as
horizontals.
the paper it's not printed on.
Yeah.
And it's just straightforward denial of
Right.
reality. And how do you argue against that?
You argue against it by switching to their side and coming up with some tests to measure and prove flatness. There are literally thousands of things that could be done.
But none of them show flatness.
Well, we don't know. One of them might. You just need to search hard enough.
But they're not actually interested in the results. All they want to do is talk about it.
See, they've got loads of tests. This is great.
Now, they actually didn't want to go out and do any tests because those tests they'll shoot themselves in the foot. So they're not going to do that.
Yeah, it's
Because
not like
look
we
at the
already
ones who
have.
gone out and done
Don't worry about
tests.
it.
Thanks, Bob.
Have you guys seen Wolfie's latest video? I think he only released it a couple of hours ago. It was really cool.
I did,
showing
yes. Yes,
seeing how
I've
HUD
watched that.
works and explaining all the symbology on the HUD, and and I made a comment that they will deny it because they're supporting a con that's just going around and around and around, and they've got nothing else, have they?
Yeah, I'm sure Nick Phuket Word will no doubt do a reply to that and tell him where he's wrong and he's misunderstanding how the HUD works, and because he's done that bit. I think it was Phuket that did that before, tried to explain to Wolfie that he got it wrong. You're explaining to a professional commercial pilot that he doesn't know how his own HUD system works.
Phuket gets everything wrong. Always does. Hello,
Yes.
Judy Bassett.
He's
No,
flying
no.
Where's Wally's
flying an $80
Wolfie's
million
number 2?
aircraft. They're not just going to let anybody
You know
loose.
the
on that
caliber
bit of
you're
kit
working
unless
at
they know
there. You've
what
got to
they're
be
doing.
smarter than Wally.
Not normally.
No.
Not normally. You actually have to be a pretty decent pilot to get a job flying one of those.
Well, Blue, I hate to disagree with you, but I love to disagree with people. So you obviously have never watched Air Crash Investigation, because I have, and they're up to like season 12 now or something stupid. So I disagree with that last statement.
Yeah, I'm not saying a few don't slip through from time to time. That's always possible. But no, for the most part.
I think we'll just skip past this with this obsession with other men. How to confuse a flat earther, it says. Show them this. They think it's confusion.
I think this picture should confuse Glober.
I think it'd confuse anyone. Right, with a logical thinking mind, it's like, what's going on here? And then you go, oh, right. Yeah, you guys are obsessed with the globe, aren't you? Yeah, I get it. It's like, that's what has to happen for them to have a globe. Otherwise, if that doesn't happen, they can't have a globe. And that can't happen because Axiom 1 is globe. It's crazy. But we'll get past that because apparently they're going over a video with us, so we'll get
Both
to that.
directions several times, collecting GPS data. And with the type of GPS he was using, it's extremely accurate. You've got
The type of
real-time
GPS.
kinematic correction for to fine-tune the
He's
actual
talking
position
about
of the
Jesse
antenna
Kozlowski
within
putting
centimeters.
something on the roof of his car and driving over a bridge,
Absolutely
pretending he's
amazing stuff.
surveying,
And
driving in his
most
car.
everybody, I think, by now has probably seen one of the videos that either Jesse did or I've done or other people have done. And it's undeniable The that causeway has about a 90-foot sagitta right there in the center of it. Earth curvature is
that causeway has about a 90-foot sagitta right there in the center of it. Blue marble science. He said it out loud.
The word sagitta has been creeping up more and more in use by Globers, I've noticed over the last maybe a week and a half or so.
That's amazing. Well done, Blue. That's like a statement. That causeway, like that causeway, right? Well, we've been going over it, the trivium. Thanks, Raven. That causeway has, I mean, this gets a bit abouty, but you know, has about a 90-foot sagitta. That's a definite geometric term, sagitta. Right there in the center of it. That is amazing. Blue's been told this by, he thinks, a surveyor. We can get any other surveyors to confirm.
How does it prove not curving water? I don't understand.
Yeah, 5.8 meters, nearly all the way across. I've got a thing. I can put it out again. It gets it on Discord. It's only 100. It's less than 100 meg, so you can post it in the Discord channel. Yeah, they're all about 5.8 meters all the way across, and to Blue, that he's getting a sagitta out of it. Yeah. Timothy Jordan's here. How to confuse a flat earther ? That'd make them, I mean, like, they'd just laugh normally, wouldn't they? It's ridiculous.
really, really obvious. Still.
What? I'm going to have to go back and do that again.
Still, the flat earthers deny that that's what it really shows. Now, forgetting the fact that it actually does show the correct elevation above the lake level as a final GPS elevation. But that's only after
there we go.
To
Come on,
fine-tune the actual position of that antenna, and it's within centimeters. Absolutely amazing stuff.
Amazing. Look.
And most everybody, I think by now, has probably seen one of the videos that either Jesse did or I've done or other people have done. And it's undeniable. That causeway has about a 90-foot sagitta right there in the center of it. Earth curvature is really, really obvious. Still,
curvature is really, really obvious. Hopefully not through Jesse's data that plotted 5.8 meters all the way across. Because that doesn't...
He's got it in the middle as well.
It doesn't seem to have a 90-foot difference in the middle, so how does he work that? Got Hex in the chat.
Maybe it is refracted curvature.
He's got, like you say, 5.8 meters all the way along.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, apart from the bits that are raised, yeah, there are
the humps, yeah,
one at each end, I think.
Yeah. No, I think
they're the raised bits.
Yeah. The change in elevation occurs over those humps, obviously. But Blue thinks a zero change in elevation is a circle. Like most of them, to be honest, it's the great paralogism. It's been placed in people's minds. This is going to be good, right?
He's made a circle out of the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
Like DP did on his meme.
Yeah.
About 5 of them, and you've got a whole world.
Keep promoting the 5.8 meters above the ellipsoid, Bev. Yeah, well, that's just fact. That's what Jesse got.
It's above the water.
Yeah. 5.8 meters possibly above. Well, it'd be mean sea level, wouldn't it? 5.8 for the Americas, which I think is established at Great Lakes. Same for Canada. But, I mean, you'd have to check that.
The flat earthers.
Yeah, I hope Blue's not thinking that we're the flat earthers, because we're not. It's obviously not flat. But we are talking about the water level or just level. When we talk about stuff, we don't talk about Earth. Because we're not fucking obsessed with it.
Deny that that's what it really shows. Now, forgetting the fact that it actually does show the correct elevation above the lake level as a final GPS elevation.
See? It actually does show the correct elevation above the lake level.
But that's only after the ellipsoid and the geoid have been applied to the measurements.
The geoid and the ellipsoid have been applied to the measurements. It's good, isn't it? You have to apply a model to the measurements. For reals. You measure like 10 foot and then apply something to that 10 foot. I'm not so sure that's the way things happen. I've never even done that. Seems a little
He's
bit
calling
strange.
that measurement still.
Yeah, you have to apply something to the measurements. It's crazy.
Something what is not measurement, so it makes it measurement. This is idiotic.
Yeah. This is where the great paralogism comes in. Because there's no explanation for any of this stuff. It's just been placed there. Axiom 1. Tis globe.
So
Lovely.
My question for Flat Earth is, how the hell does it do that? How do you explain that we have to remove the ellipsoid, or that we have to take into account the ellipsoid and the geoid to get those true elevations?
We don't. There's no way that on a canal you have to apply any adjustment in between the locks. The locks are what you need to apply the adjustment in to work out how much higher you're going to have to be for your next stretch of canal. Should be a little bit obvious, that.
Which are absolutely measurable down to the level of the lake. How can you do that?
It is measurable. But with horizontals, straight lines. It's not measurable with curves. Having to apply anything. This is amazing.
And the Earth not be an ellipsoid. It's just not possible. But listening to our friends over at Try Thinking yesterday, They
There we go. This is about us now.
they don't buy any of it, right? So
Kel surprise.
yeah, let me see if I can get my screen shared over here in Discord.
There we go.
Hopefully you guys are seeing that.
Give that a go. Yes. We got you.
Let's all see it, Blue. Come on.
And so with that all queued up, let's listen to a little bit of this, and
So like an inception. Here we go.
then
You ready
we
for
can
this?
stop and talk about it. Let's see if we've got audio from all the right directions here.
This is a 9-minute clip recorded from no way Jose's old channel. This channel it was recorded off doesn't exist anymore.
Download. I'm pasting the link again. He dropped, but he's gonna rejoin now, so he's listening.
Well, it's a question for Jesse. I just want to know: is the level a drop from the horizontal, a measurable drop from horizontal?
Let him dance.
There you go.
Yeah, Jesse, did you hear that question from Bev? Make sure you're unmuted, Jesse. When you join, is muted.
What a brilliant one for you to go over, Blue. Jesse Kozlowski confirming this. Such a brilliant question as well. Is the level a measurable drop from horizontal? That was a test to see whether Jesse Kozlowski was a surveyor or not.
Thanks, Blue.
Here we go.
Ask again. Try thinking here. Jesse should be
Yeah,
listening.
go ahead. Sorry, I was on mute and I just came back in.
Right, Jesse, you said the level is not horizontal. So is the level
No,
a
I didn't.
measurable drop from the horizontal?
I did not say that the level is not horizontal.
Yeah. Now, there's the words of a wizard. He did not say that the level is not horizontal. So level is horizontal. That's what he's saying. There's a double negative in there. The not. I wonder how many people noticed that. I wonder whether Blue noticed that. So Jesse didn't say the level isn't horizontal.
But
Right,
still,
there you
it's
go.
very
Statement
dodgy.
1. Jesse, go on.
It's very dodgy response because he could defend himself that he didn't say yes.
Yeah. That's what he's definitely
or that
done.
he did,
Yeah.
or that he did, depending, right? I mean, that's the whole point of that paradox, really. The not, right?
We go again.
Jesse's been around Bev long enough.
Oh, maybe. Let's do that again. This is a 9-minute clip recorded from. Oh, I like this. This is so good. Jose's old channel. I wish everybody knew about this. This is Jesse Kozlowski, the Globe
I'm
Surveyor.
pasting the link again. He dropped, but he's gonna
He's
rejoin
not around
now, so
much anymore.
He's listening.
Well, it's a question for Jesse. I just want to know: is the level a drop from the horizontal, a measurable drop from horizontal?
Let him dance.
There you go.
Yeah, Jesse, did you hear that question from Bev? Make sure you're unmuted, Jesse. When you join, is muted. Ask again. Try thinking here. Jesse should be
Yeah,
listening.
go ahead. Sorry, I was on mute and I just came back in.
Right, Jesse, you said the level is not horizontal. So is the level
No,
a
I didn't.
measurable drop from the horizontal?
I did not say that the level is not horizontal.
Right, there you go. Statement 1. Jesse Kozlowski did not say that the level is not horizontal.
Yes, but
Strange
he
thing to
didn't
claim that,
say
isn't it?
he didn't say yes. So he denied that he said no. Only that. This is very clever response.
Yeah. Yeah, that was me on the video. That it's going to get hard to tell whether it's me now talking or me on the video talking over the video that we initially did. This is Inception. Hope Blue decides to go over this. This will be great. Challenge you, Blue. Let's have a go. Blue's been doing loads of streams live where he's saying it is.
You say that it was, though?
I say that it is. He says that it is. Yeah, it's not. But listen,
Says he didn't say that it wasn't.
Yeah.
Say that
listen to what he's going to say now. After just saying that, talk about double talk. He's never said that it wasn't.
I said horizontal and level are coincident with each other at one point only.
And that's what Jesse said. Horizontal and level are only coincident at one point.
And where is that point? That point is wherever you are. Everywhere. Not just you. Everybody that I'm talking to. That's where Blue thinks that one point is. Right there where you are. That's weird, isn't it? Sort of sounds similar to what we say, that it's just a horizontal plane. So everywhere on that horizontal plane, level and horizontal, are what they call coincidence, but it means exactly the same. Everywhere on the horizontal plane, you would be able to call it level. Just that we don't have a conception that it's a big fucking ball. It's just a plane. Horizontal plane. And we're just talking about level. A water level. Any level that is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane is all we're talking about. There seems to be a group of people that are model obsessed. Model afflicted. There we go.
Jesse's been around Bev long enough to know what a pedantic little shit ass he is.
Jesse, that was the first time and last that I ever got to talk to Jesse. Because Jesse's run, he can't answer questions like most of them. They can't go up against the geometric proof of level being horizontal. The model, their great paralogism stops them from seeing it. Or even talking about it. So this is the last time Jesse ever talked to me. Hardly surprising. Listen what he's going to say. Unless Blue stops it.
And Jesse was being very careful to be very precise in what he was saying.
Sounded like it.
And that somehow or the other irritates Bev, I guess. I don't know. What do you think, Farmers?
No, I think you're right, because most of what Bev is trying to do, it's wordplay, it's misinterpretation. You know, he'll listen to somebody's explanation, he'll twist it around and say, oh, so you're saying this. No, that's not what he said at all. You know that's not what he said. It's word games. They seem to thrive on these word games. And obviously, Jesse knows exactly what Bev is like. And I heard Bev saying a while back, oh, Jesse doesn't seem to be around anymore. Maybe he's scared. No, maybe he's just fed up with your shit.
Yeah.
Because he knows how futile it is trying to argue with you.
Yeah, that's why Jesse's around, because he's done with me. It's all me asking Jesse questions. I mean, Jesse can't go and explain anything to any of the ballers or anything about how a 5.80, well, a zero elevation change is a big fucking circle. How straight lines return back on themselves.
It's interesting, this conversation about the 5.8, the zero elevation being a circle, in the context of trying to show proof of the globe. It turns into a huge begging the question fallacy to just insert the circle and say that zero elevation change is in fact that very circle.
Yeah, the stolen concept fallacy that's been sitting there all the time. Wally's brought it. I don't think anybody can see it. It's wrapped up in the paralogism, right? If this paralogism you hold, then you won't be able to see what's right in front of you. But I guess we're going to find out what the difference between us is. Like, it's pretty obvious, I'll say. And we have geometric proof, we have logical proof, and we have obvious self-proof within tests and all sorts to go to back what we say. And if anybody wants to come and have a conversation with us about it, feel free. If you want to argue against it, please bring something other than not that. Because it's getting a bit old. Let the paralogisms out. Let's go.
Yeah, I talked to Jesse yesterday, as a matter of fact.
All right.
He's just had enough of flat Earth. He doesn't want to deal with it anymore. I don't blame him.
This isn't flat Earth. Not surprised Jesse disappeared. You can't. If you were pretending to be a surveyor, you couldn't get away with saying that the level drops from horizontal measurably. I'd say that's why he's gone.
No, I don't either.
I don't blame him one bit.
He'll get asked, or he'll get asked all these different questions, and he'll give his replies, and it will get twisted, and it will get turned around and misrepresented, misinterpreted. I mean, basically, they
it's dead easy to misinterpret a horizontal.
I mean, what Jesse said there is perfectly right. Level and horizontal, it's a point.
Yeah.
And I'm sure now, I mean, I haven't listened to this, but I'm sure now that Bev will somehow twist that around or just basically lie about what he's just said.
Yeah, well, he's about to. Let's give a lesson.
Let's see.
That's at the plumb line where the observer is.
Yeah, I heard
that. The level surface drops down from the horizontal plane at a rate of 8 inches times the distance in miles squared.
Right, that's me pausing it this time, right? I don't know whether I'm going to say that again in a minute. But the now, me. That's one of the greatest things. That I think that's why Jesse had to disappear. That one statement. The level surface drops down from the horizontal plane. Well, any surveyor will tell you that if anything you do, that's called a measurable vertical change. And that is an elevation change. That's how you measure elevation changes. A drop from horizontal or a raise from horizontal. But the horizontal is your level that you establish to measure the change from. The level surface drops down from a horizontal plane at a rate of 8 inches times the distance in miles squared. That's a quadratic function. Also, impossible. It's crazy. Come back anytime you want, Jesse. We'll have a chat about it. See, there you go. It drops away from it. It's coincidence at one point.
Yeah, that's what we've been telling you, Bev. You twat.
That's what I was going to say. He said level and horizontal is a coincidence at one point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's an interesting way to put it.
He's making stuff up.
Well, I don't know. Was that you then or you now? Gets hard to tell. It's mental. Mental. When I say level is horizontal, and they say that means flat Earth. And Jesse says it's coincidence at the point where the plumb bob is. What he means to say, it would be that everywhere you hold a plumb bob, that's where flat Earth is.
No.
So you could carry that around with you. So everywhere where you are, that's where flat Earth is, to Jesse Kozlowski at least. He just imagines that the water level drops away from the horizontal.
That's not what he said at all.
Does that
Strange,
mean
isn't it?
you only need
Well, I
a
don't
plumb
think
bob
Jesse's a surveyor, really.
to create a
How
magical
are they
bullshit
trying to get the water?
illusion
Imagine that
that
water
creates?
Everybody's talking over everybody. That's on Blues as well.
Insanity in your own mind. Is that what you just said?
So he is invoking tangent line or tangent plane to supposed spherical surface.
I think so, yeah.
That he's doing explicitly.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a model dictates, right? This is the model affliction that people have. Because they can't have level being horizontal. They just cannot have it. Goes against everything that they do. It's like blasphemous to even consider it.
I said horizontal and level are coincident with each other at one point only, and that's at the plumb line where the observer is.
Yeah. See, that's really crazy that it's coincidence at one point only, but that point is anywhere that you hold a plumb bob.
Just happens to be.
Yeah, like so it's just at one point only everywhere.
It's almost like it's not coincidental. Almost like maybe I don't know.
At one point, at every point, at every one point, wherever you want to be, that's the one point that it is coincidence. Just strangely enough.
Yes, this is the horizontal point.
Yeah.
New
Everywhere.
New nomenclature.
It's crazy that they can not see that, you know, like that horizontal point is, because they're all of, if you joined all of these points up to them, you'd end up with a sphere, and you'd be able to call that entire surface built up of horizontal points. Like it's a sphere shaped horizontal.
Yeah.
You remember when it started out as being locally?
Yeah.
And then it sort of slowly got smaller, didn't it? And then there was sort of measurements, and eventually you come down to the point.
Yeah. And now it's every point.
Yeah.
Yeah, not just one point. 1 point, every point. Like, if that's not
wherever
one,
you put a level, wherever you put a spirit level, isn't it? That's what it is. It's like
it's mad.
Can you have a horizontal without a tool? You know.
Well, I think this
just
is
a point. Well, it is a point. You just say that's that point is horizontal.
Yeah.
And
that point there, and that point, and that point.
Wow. Yeah.
Literally, according to this, you could point at anything and say that's horizontal. If that's all a point is, because to me a horizontal is it's a plane, isn't it? It's got to be a line in order for it to be orientated horizontal.
Definitely got to have 2 points.
Yeah. Can't get away without having 2 points. Geometrically, logically, whatever. You can't just have horizontal being 1 point. That is a paralogism, right? I didn't, when we started all of this, there was no understanding. We were like, how can they not see it? It's because it's a paralogism. People cannot see their own paralogisms, especially if they've been like another brick in the wall, Pink Floyd. They've just carried on building these walls, and they're fucking massive, thick walls, and inside of it is a paralogism. Or maybe the wall's got the paralogism wrote on it, and they've got to, in order to find the information where it came from, they've got to get inside the wall, but they can't get there. So there's nothing backing this up other than their denial of what the actual surveying methods. Jesse, that's why I call Jesse Kozlowski a wizard. If you've been fooled by it, then ask him. Try and find him. Get him to justify what he said. Because they're just wizard words. I heard
The
that.
level,
Let's go.
the level surface drops down from the horizontal plane at a rate of 8 inches times the distance in miles squared.
You notice the way he says drops down?
Well, ain't gonna drop up, is it?
Exactly. That was exactly what I thought when Bev said that. Not once in recording.
Did you go back to that other picture he had before? He had drop at being at 45 degrees, didn't he? Yeah.
And isn't it gonna drop up depending on your perspective of where you're looking at it from? I mean, if you're an astronaut out in the middle of their space and you're looking at the bottom of the ball, it's definitely dropping up, isn't it?
Yeah, well, if you're someone one end of the bridge and someone at the other end and they're looking at each other, then the guy in the middle would be up from where they are, from where they're looking.
Has to be, I would think.
Mm-hmm.
And at 90 degree on this ball or circle, you have perpendicular plumb lines. This is a miracle, geometrical miracle.
Yeah, that's where vertical and horizontal are perpendicular, or they can be parallel.
Yes, plumb line parallel with horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
New invention.
Yeah. The plumb level.
History is anything ever dropped up.
Drops up.
He's not saying it's a concave Earth.
My God.
Of course it drops down. Things don't drop up.
You're always on top of the ball, remember?
Well, yeah. Who actually does think that they think that it drops up? I mean, they've just made that up. I mean, I'm pretty sure that I've never said that. I just don't happen to think that the level drops down away from a horizontal. That's the stupid statement that I have to emphasize. Not that I think anything about anything dropping up. That's not my problem to have.
Hello to the rumpus.
Yeah, just.
Uh-oh,
Hello,
here we
hello,
go.
Blue. Yeah, it's just to use the word drop again, isn't it? It's a distance. I mean, if we want to, we could use what I think you were suggesting, Blue and George, is that you could say it's a distance between the horizontal and the surface of the Earth if you want to. If you don't want to use the word drop, it is just a distance, and we just because got the word drop, so going up and down is not really relevant. It's just a distance between a line and a curve.
What?
What? Yeah, it's measurable, right? It's just a distance, you know, like it is measurable. It's a distance, right? Obviously. Rumpus isn't helping, I don't think. But, hey, I mean, it might be helping us. This is good, isn't it?
Yeah,
and also, it's amazing that they just basically think if you can draw.
I never knew drop.
This is something that Oakley's been doing in the last few months.
Well, yeah. Do you know that they had the argument about if, is, and in, and they have all sorts of arguments, right? But I mean, to understand what drop is poof. I don't know. It's like pretty much vertical, right? But vertical goes in both directions. But anything that drops would drop vertical, and you could say that is a vertical, even though it's just dropping down.
Yeah. It could be. Yeah, it wouldn't be dropping if it was going up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It wouldn't be dropping if it was the same. Equal, even.
So kind of syntax error.
Well, I'm guessing because Jesse says drop. Do you know what I mean? Jesse says drops down, drops away, right? So that's pretty definite, isn't it?
Yes, it's clear. Down, it means
Isn't-
to earth.
Mm-hmm. Like
Isn't
drops.
that what the Earth curvature calculator does?
But if it drops down and drops away from a horizontal, then you would say that's vertical. I.e., at 90 degrees, right angles to that horizontal. That's vertical. Now, that's what I would say. And I would say that geometric fact of the vertical and horizontal being perpendicular says that they're talking shite about the level being dropping away, because everybody knows a level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. So how can it drop away from a horizontal? That's just a ridiculous statement.
It is, if you can draw a tangent to a curve, suddenly that makes the curve or the surface you're attaching it to flat. I mean, this is where he's going on about you have to use all this flat Earth. He's claiming that all this globe geometry is derived from flat Earth mass because...
What's he talking about? Globe geometry derived from flat Earth math. Never heard so much shit talked by my life, Rumpus. I don't have to put that on again. That's fucking amazing, Rumpus. There we go.
Well, ever since he started talking.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's a distance. I mean, if we want to, we could use what I think you were suggesting, Blue and George, is that you could say it's a distance between the horizontal and the surface of the Earth if you want to. If you don't want to use the word drop, it is just a distance. And we just because got the word drop, so going up and down is not really relevant. It's a
vertical
it's just a
distance. Come on,
a line
reference
and
to
a
a
curve.
horizontal. Fuck's sake.
And also, this is amazing that they just basically think if you can draw. I mean, this is something that Oakley's been doing in the last few months. It is if you can draw a tangent to a curve, suddenly that makes the curve or the surface you're attaching it to flat. I mean, this is where he's going on about you have to use all this flat Earth. He's claiming that all this globe geometry is derived from flat Earth mass because we can draw tangents to things. And Bev has the same problem. The minute you start talking about having tangents to things, suddenly that makes them flat. So.
What? They're obsessed. What you'll notice with these people like this, they're obsessed with models, right? So one of them has a globe and the other one has flat, and this guy that's talking now is obsessed with flat Earth. Tangents. Well, I don't know what tangents have to do with flat. I do know that a tangent is a straight line that touches a curve at one point and one point only. That's being called the tangent point.
Yeah, in geometry.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't mix a flat and tangent together like Rumpus is doing here. I mean, it's completely separate things. But Rumpus is the one that's trying to say that somebody else is conflating it.
This is not tangent line. This is just the horizontal line.
And well, I say to him, what do you call a straight line that doesn't touch anything? Because that's where you do. When you establish a horizontal or a level, you get off the surface. You don't go on the ground. That'd be fucking ridiculous. You're off the ground. Right? So what do you call a straight line that doesn't touch a curve? It's just a straight line, right? There's no need to say tangent because it's not a tangent. No matter how many times anybody says tangent, it's a geometric term. And in order to get one, you have to draw a curve. That's not what surveyors do. Surveyors measure from a horizontal and plot the points as they measure vertically from that horizontal. Well, they may have some fancy ways of doing it, but that's the way they will definitely do any profile drawing, elevation plan. Elevation plan? An elevation drawing, right?
Yeah.
A plan would be the horizontal view of the drawing. Elevation being the vertical side view. But this, yeah. Listen to the model afflicted. Let's see what they're saying.
A circle, you touch a tangent to it, suddenly becomes flat, does it? No, it's just a tangent. You don't understand what a tangent is, you silly people.
Rumpus, have you never played Flat Earth Pool or Flat Earth Bowling? It's amazing.
No, I haven't done that. You know, I've played Flat Earth Snooker. Where I've done quite a bit of that. Actually, there's a bit of pool, but yeah.
I wonder which bit's 2D to Rumpus then. The ball or the table? I wonder which one's closer to a 2D surface.
It's so stupid, this point, that, I mean, normally I think they're just being stupid, but in this case, certainly Oakley and Bev, you think, really, do you not? I mean, how many times do you have to be told that just because? I mean, they don't understand. Well, it's seemingly from what Bev says, he doesn't understand what drop. Though actually, I think in this clip you're about to show.
How many times does Rumpus want to change his mind when he's talking about it?
He does actually say. In fact, I think you've just played it. Perhaps I missed a bit. I wasn't listening for a few minutes back. He does actually say, "Can you please tell me how you can? What is the separation between the difference between level and horizontal, which is the thing we've been trying to explain to them?" And actually, this is the first time I've actually heard Bev.
No, I asked Jesse. I'll say it again. I asked Jesse, was it measurable? For a reason. Was it measurable change from the horizontal? And hopefully Jesse's going to say what his answer is.
Seemingly understand the concept, but he then obviously in this bit here.
I'm sure he does understand the concept. This is all just a game to him.
Yeah, I am too.
I don't think he's half as ignorant as he makes out. It's just a game.
Well, okay, this is the first time I think he's actually expressed it correctly, which is we are trying to say that the horizontal line, a tangent, well, he gets excited about what a tangent is, of course, and the curve of the Earth, and that is drop. And he actually therefore understands what the concept of drop is, rather than him always say, because he always says whenever we talk about drop, for instance, in the rec top thing we're doing, he thinks, because the water level at the Bedford Canal is only 1.5 meters above sea level, how can you have a drop of 16 feet? Because you'd be going underwater. And that suggests he doesn't understand it. But here, in this clip that you've got from yesterday, he does seem to understand what we're talking about. So
probably a slip up on his part then.
See, what's going on here? This is crazy. Is he saying that there is a drop? The drop but not drop? The great paralogism? I'm not too sure what he's talking about.
That's probably a chink in the armour.
Yeah, he messes up.
So you think he's playing it a Go ahead.
Once in a while and lets the cat out of the bag. He'll say a little too much occasionally, and it becomes clear that he actually does understand. He's just being a denialist.
Yeah. Or deceiver. Yeah, I must admit, this evidence. I think you've just played the clip, the crucial bit. I think when I watched it yesterday, he does express it quite clearly that he understands what we're talking about in terms of drop. We're not referring to a change in elevation. We're just referring, unless he sort of.
I have to say it again. A measurable change from a horizontal plane is an elevation change. Can't get around that. It's a statement of fact that I keep saying, that Rumpus says he doesn't really understand because it's their great paralogism. I'll say it again. A measurable change from a horizontal plane of reference established by a tool called a level is that measurable change is an elevation change. Measurable to the millimeter. Easily. Perhaps even more. Get micrometers on it. You go even down even less than, I don't know why you'd want to go less than a millimeter. But if you could, you get a water level and you get as accurate as you can. You can get a micrometer. 50,000th of an inch if you wanted to. Horizontal change. A change from horizontal, a measurable change from horizontal is what we call an elevation change. Jesse Kozlowski says that level drops down, drops away from the horizontal. Jesse Kozlowski is saying that level has an elevation change to it, which is ridiculous.
Oh, he's got some sort of cognitive dissonance, as they classically say. He thinks all's drop normally means a change of elevation, but he did describe it exactly in this clip from about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, that's a giveaway.
Yeah. Let's see what other BS he's got.
Go on,
I
please.
was going to say, Rumpus, 1.6 meters. That's a heck of a drop round here.
Yes, it is.
The river, the other side of the field from me, is 22 miles from where it enters the sea. It's at sea level.
Wow. Yeah, but
and you can tell that because it's tidal.
Right. I mean, this old Bedford River, which is the thing we're doing wrecked along, as Bev has shown many times, there's a marker of the height level and gives you the height against mean sea level.
As Bev has shown. Not Rumpus. No. It was when we went there for our annual general pilgrimage to the home of Level. On the Level crew, go down there. Quite a few. Last time it was. Might be doing it again this year, hopefully. We might be able to coincide it for the big test that Rumpus is doing. Hopefully.
I hope he's thankful for you taking those pictures for him.
Well,
because he obviously didn't think about it, did he?
No, I mean, I don't know whether he talked to the guy at the lock that deals with the lock and, you know, how he monitors the levels of the thing. Because it is the Bedford levels, right? I mean, levels are obviously a big thing over there. Ask any surveyor.
It's on everyone's tongue.
Yeah.
It's on everyone's tongue, yeah. Whenever you go there.
They get level to drop away from horizontal. Measurable drop from horizontal. Hopefully we'll get down to that bit.
And it shows
from lock to lock.
The water in that old Bedford River is only, I think it's 1.5 or 1.25 meters above sea level. So yeah, that's and that. But I mean, the way
above mean sea level, he keeps missing that out, doesn't he? Because it does. It keeps going up. The sea level goes up and down. What he's talking about measured is because there's a like a rod positioned vertically that you can measure the water level at, because that goes up and down on a vertical scale, and that is measured at 1.25. Because we asked the guy who did the lock, right? He said those measurement things there. I asked him, are they referenced to the mean sea level? And he said yes. He said, but it's not here. And we went, yeah, we know. Interesting that, isn't it? I wonder if Rumpus has got any of that.
The way he explained that about 2 months ago, he went on and on about this. How on earth can you have a drop of 16, 17 feet if you've got that? I mean, unless you think he really is playing a deceiving game where here he understands it. I think there's something mentally wrong with him. I think sometimes he does remember what's been told. Perhaps he sort of tries to forget. Something, you know.
See, Rumpus is talking shit again and saying nothing. Keep stopping halfway. How can you have a 16-foot drop when the mean sea level is 1.25 meters above mean sea level? Where's he going to get a drop from? Unless he does actually think the water level drops away.
That would be underground water.
Below.
Yeah, below sea level.
Below the sea level, yeah. The sea level is below sea level, obviously. Rumpus thinks that the water level that he's at there is 16 feet higher than the sea level at the other end of the water level at Bedford, because that's the only way you could measure it as a drop. It's mad. It literally. He thinks he must be 16 or 17 feet higher. But again, he doesn't think it's higher, does he?
You know, it's a flat Earth reset. They do understand it briefly, as they just seem to do with this Jesse chat, and then perhaps they sort of erase it from their memory, their understanding, and then go back to their default state. I don't know.
No, he absolutely understands it. He's just being a deceiver. That's all. Let's listen to
why do you think he has two water levels? That
I definitely understand the water level. Yes. Not on the globe, though. I mean, on the globe, it's fucking ridiculous. Can't get it to work.
Model,
yeah.
Model.
On the globe model, yeah, it's a paralogism. They don't know where it comes from. They've got no reason to justify a big circle other than the model, the great paralogism. Everything still works with level being horizontal at every point along that line. They just want to imagine there's a curve there, a drop, where at every point all the way along it, level and horizontal are coincident. All the way along the surface of a canal.
Not forgetting that if you're, you know, as they've used the bridge, you're looking out from one end of the bridge and the other guy at the other end of the bridge is dropping away.
Yeah, he's lower.
But you are dropping away to him.
Yeah.
I know we've said that many times, but
yeah,
you got a double drop.
At every point, all the way along it, level and horizontal are coincident or the same. So at every point, from point A to point B along a line, you're going to call a horizontal or a level. Every point along that line, level and horizontal, are coincident, the same thing. Yet somehow a paralogism tells you it's a circle. I mean, thanks, Globers, for bringing this to us. But I mean, as far as I'm concerned, this should be the biggest talking point for anyone. You think you've got a model? Come and explain your paralogisms. I bet you can't. How can you have a line A to B being the shortest distance between those 2 points, and every point being along that as being a point where level and horizontal are coincident, and yet imagine a circle? I don't know how the trick's been played, but it seems like it's set in on a few people. Just watch out for yourself.
that sort of intersect, and why do you think they're so short?
Yeah.
He knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I don't think he makes so many stupid mistakes. I mean, I know this is where Blue and I differ, and obviously your farmers, you tend to take the more cynical approach.
Yeah.
I still think there's something else going on in his head. I think sometimes he does sort of absorb it. He obviously, perhaps when he spoke this chat with Jesse, I mean, it's from something he did
From
on
a
Jose's
long
about a year or
time
more
ago.
ago.
Yeah.
Perhaps he briefly did understand the concept, but I think
Jesse's
he may have
parting
forgotten
gift
it, or
it was.
misunderstood. Yeah.
From the horizon. Drops down.
So this this water level is dropping from tangent horizontal plane. That's the way I understand what he said.
Yeah, according to Jesse, it's a must-do situation, and the point where level and horizontal are coincident to Jesse is where the plumb bob is, i.e., wherever you are dropping away.
And at this coincidence, do they say, "Hey, level, hey, horizontal"?
Yeah.
See you at the next coincidence.
Well, I think, like paper says, this is it's the tangent point where he imagines level and horizontal are coincident.
Right.
Yeah.
But it assumes that the horizontal is or maybe straight line, but this level is curved line.
Yeah, circle. Has to be.
Oh, well.
If it drops it times distance in miles squared. Or, I mean, maybe that is distance in miles squared. That's a 2 points. That's a slope. Isn't it? Drops down on a slope.
Yeah, and just as quickly as he seems to understand it, he makes a statement like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is why I think he doesn't understand it.
I said that on purpose because we were talking about the double drop, the nutsack drop, or the hump. But Blue, of all people, gave us the slope. Sean Hawkins started it all off. 4 inches over the half mile. Slope earth. Blue's got, if you've got 2 points and it drops 8 inches times the distance in miles squared, then you're talking about a triangular relationship. Like a Pythagorean. The square. It's definitely a triangle. There's no curvature mentioned. At each point, you're talking about a slope. Point A, point B. Drops away at a rate of, and then he gives you the formula, the mathematical formula, Jesse says, that's measurable. We've got some great tests to be able to do. Have a word with some surveyors.
No,
I know it's confusing.
I think I'm still convinced he does. This is all. I think this is carefully thought out.
Or not so carefully. Yeah, I mean, you think he's not so carefully because he's given the game away that he doesn't. You think he's given the game away sometimes, and he thinks, "Oh right, God, I better misunderstand, deliberately misrepresent it now."
If you're deliberately doing this, if you're deliberately setting out to misrepresent and misunderstand, and doing it as long as he has, I'm sorry. The law of averages says that every now and then you're going to slip up.
Definitely, that's what I'd agree with you.
If you're devoting your life to telling a lie, at some point you're going to slip up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think he has several times.
Just a minute ago, he clearly understood what we think, how we believe horizontal is a tangent to the curve and coincident with level only at the point of tangency.
Right, this is Blue doing this, but I'm going to have to... let's listen to this again.
Not so carefully because he's given the game away that he doesn't. You think he's given the game away sometimes, and he thinks, "Oh right, God, I better misunderstand, deliberately misrepresent it now."
If you're deliberately doing this, if you're deliberately setting out to misrepresent and misunderstand, and doing it as long as he has, I'm sorry. The law of averages says that every now and then you're going to slip up.
Definitely. That's what I'd agree with you.
If you're devoting your life to telling a lie, at some point you're going to slip up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think he has several times.
Just a minute ago, he clearly understood what we think.
I clearly understood what Blue thinks. Not got a fucking clue, I can tell you. It must be some messed up fucking place, though. I don't even hope to imagine what anybody else thinks. Ever. I'll deal with myself. I'll be fine with myself. Unfortunately, I'll have to leave everybody else to their own devices for thinking and thoughts.
How we believe horizontal is a tangent to the...
So Blue just states there that he believes... So Blue has a belief that a horizontal is a tangent. The beliefs...
Faithful Glober.
Yeah. Yeah, that's faith, right? He's taking it on faith. Some shadow giants told him. Maybe a new shadow giant. He may be a little one. Jesse Kozlowski. He may be a fresh shadow giant. Maybe that character that used to play Jesse Kozlowski, or the Jesse Kozlowski character, is a shadow giant. That's just, it was put there for that, to show everybody what a shadow giant does. Just says things so other people can quote them. There's no way you can ask a shadow giant any questions. They're shadow giants. You just have to take what they say. Defend it. Like a good model afflicted person. Fanatic.
Curve and coincident with level only at the point of tangency. He clearly understood that. Now he's trying to say that that level represents a change in elevation, which it obviously doesn't.
I think there's also another issue about what does level actually mean. When we say something is level, say like a spirit level, I think you're basically saying you've always got to regard a level as requiring 2 points. So, for instance, one end of the level is level with the other end of the level when it's in its level state. Similarly, because when we talk about...
Oh dear. I'm glad they get a chance to talk amongst themselves. Do you want to hear that again? It's not as if we've been doing that for quite a while, right? We've been talking about level and stating facts. Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. Here's the geometric proof. Here's the logic proof. And hey, we did a test. Do you want to look over the test? Do you want to think you can have a go at doing it? Do you got big money? You don't need big money to do this test. It's quite an easy one. You've just got to have an idea of the geometric constructs and the concepts behind that within the proofs of geometry and an understanding of the shortest distance between 2 points being a straight line. It's pretty easy. Model afflicted people really struggle with it.
Horizontal is a tangent to the curve and coincident with level only at the point of tangency. He clearly understood that. Now he's trying to say that that level represents a change in elevation, which it obviously doesn't.
I think there's also another issue about what does level actually mean. When we say something is level, say like a spirit level, I think you're basically saying you've always got to regard a level as requiring 2 points. So, for instance, one end of the level is level with the other end of the level when it's in its level state. Similarly, because when we talk about surveying books, they describe something being at the same level, but it has to be at the same level as something else.
Right.
So, I think we need to be very careful what we mean by level. So when we I think you've always got to have two things with level. And you've got to say this thing is level with this thing. And when you're talking about spirit level, you've got two ends of it, and they are level with one another when it's obviously in its level state. So,
but they say that only at the middle. So how can both ends be level, but it's only be level in the middle?
Yes, I think Rumpus clearly contradicts what Blue Marble said. Blue Marble said that there is only one point, tangent,
And Rumpus
that
says
could
two.
be, and Rumpus said that you are measuring between two spirit levels. So you are creating one line. It must be one line between them.
Yeah,
Straight
but
line.
every point along that line would be level, would be coincident on that point also.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
That's what Rumpus said, and it contradicts Blue Marble.
Yeah. Well, that's why I call this the Great Paralogism, right? Because everything they say says straight line, horizontal plane. But everything they think is globe. It's a paralogism. They can say straight line and plane stuff, but think globe. It's amazing to me. It's well worth looking at. And it's almost better when you leave them alone to talk amongst themselves. Hopefully they'll go over this video, which should be, once again, another good one. Well, they'll say that we think that we don't understand what they think. But I don't care what they think, to be honest. Because I know that they must be messed up. Must be.
So when we say, so when at the point of something, when it is level, it's showing horizontal at the point of the midpoint of the level, because the two ends would then be level. So the spirit level is then level when the two ends are level, and then we can say that represents the tangent to the horizontal at the midpoint of the spirit level.
Does that clear it up for everyone? If you were a glober, would you be like, oh, okay, Rumpus? Yeah, just say level about 20 times and we'll get around it.
Level, middle point, everything is flat, horizontal, plumb line, everything is correct.
It's all
to water level.
It's all level. On the level. Every point is level. Yeah, well done, Rumpus.
Nothing about globe.
Yeah, and over the distance of a spirit level, it's you can't tell whether the bubble is in the center at one end or the other.
Blue's sort of sussed out that Rumpus is going against what he was saying. So now Blue's having to try and call it back again. I mean, there's a conflict there, isn't there?
Yes, trying back pedaling.
It's the paradox. I think we spotted at the beginning. It's the drop and the hump. And you give them it. Somebody will think drop. Somebody will think hump. Blue obviously thinks hump. With the point at the centre.
You would never
Agree.
be able to tell.
So I think when we say something's level, I think you've got to remember that the definition of level is that something is level with something else. Two things have the same elevation.
The definition of level is something is level with something else. I'm not too sure that's how definitions work. I think we did go over that, didn't we? How to define things. You go back one and then state the difference between that and the new thing. Which is why I said level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. Shows the difference between the straight line and the position.
Yeah.
And so the phrase that was just used, as not, I wouldn't, well, we were just holding there, is not one I would use. It's something is not level at a, in other words, at a point, it's only something, but something's not level unless you've got two things to say. You obviously got a tangent at that point, and then you can say the two ends of whatever stick or whatever it is you've got, the thing you're trying to represent, then that becomes level when those two ends are level. So,
Yeah.
but
See, now this is where you get the mind of the model afflicted.
Yeah, that is real word salad right there.
Just, yeah, the proper, just a stream of incomprehensible bullshit, right? Where he just says level.
Yeah, he just has to put that word in there. Point and level, he has to put in there. And Blue has to sit and listen to this and agree with him afterwards.
Yeah, but try and not agree with him as well. Like, well, no.
Rumpus is trying to agree with Blue Marble and to keep his statement. It's impossible. But he's trying, trying hard. That's why this his speech is just nonsense, pure nonsense.
Yeah, he's trying to reconcile the contradiction.
Like, obviously got a tangent at that point, and then you can say the two ends of whatever stick or whatever it is you've got, then that becomes level when those two ends are level. So yeah, but so it's like it doesn't mean anything. He's got a stick. Like, what sticks he got? Is he talking about the vertical stick for measuring? I don't know who measures with sticks. Maybe Bob. Bob had a stick.
Yes, I need to sort of...
Sticky tape.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, and just keeping in mind in the case of, say, a water level that's a mile long, it is only, I mean, if you draw a line between the two ends, it's only perpendicular to to gravity at the center.
Correct.
Nowhere else. Only there at the center.
Exactly.
That's amazing.
Perpendicular to gravity. That's new for me.
Yeah.
So gravity is a line then.
Perpendicular to gravity. Must be. It must be. Well, let's say that again. I think. 70, 37. There we go.
So, yeah. Yes, I need to sort of. I think, yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, and just keeping in mind in the case of, say, a water level that's a mile long, it is only, I mean, if you draw a line between the two ends, it's only perpendicular to to gravity at the center.
Correct.
It's only perpendicular to gravity at the center. But if you were to draw a line from one end to the other, like of a water level, a canal or whatever, then at the center, well, all of that line, right, would be perpendicular. The entire line from one end to the other would be perpendicular to a line at the center. Which means that a line perpendicular to that line at either end as well would also be parallel to the other one. It's perpendicular. So perpendicularity works with straight lines. Oh, but he said gravity, didn't he? But gravity acts vertically. Yeah, vertical. Right? That's what I keep saying. It's vertical. Like a plumb line, right?
Yes.
If you wanted to demonstrate gravity, or what they consider gravity to be, a plumb bob would be the ideal tool, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense because he said that plumb line is perpendicular to gravity. So
no,
and
I think he means level is perpendicular to gravity. at one point, but you can't have perpendicular at a point, can you?
Yes, of course, it's nonsense.
You can make a perpendicular line at a point along another line, but it won't only be perpendicular at that point. The entirety of the two lines will be perpendicular to each other. It's a relationship between two lines, geometrically, unless they're talking colloquially, which they may have done. Who knows?
Correct.
Nowhere else. Only there at the center.
Exactly. And, sorry to interrupt you, Blue, but yeah, that's the thing that particularly gets my goat is that he's used. I mentioned this before, so I'm going to repeat myself, boring everybody quickly. He keeps on saying that water levels determine horizontal, but it's horizontal, as you're saying, for the midpoint between the 2 points of the water level, and it's never used to do that. A water level is only to determine that one point is level with another point somewhere else.
Exactly.
You do not start drawing two lines between you, because that means you need another instrument. You then need to look through an optical instrument to determine where these things are. So the water level by itself doesn't really define horizontal. You need another instrument to look through the 2 points of your water level, or look along it and then say, there's a horizontal, that's level. The water level's not designed to do that. It's just designed to say some point over here is at the same elevation as some point over there.
Wow. There you go.
Yeah, that's interesting.
They must be all wrong, that. I'm pretty sure that a water level is a tool designed to establish a horizontal. And Rumpus is talking shit. But it's nice of him to say that out loud. Hope everybody heard that. Do you want to hear that again? Because that was a pretty good, bold statement there from Rumpus, talking shit.
Itself doesn't really define horizontal. You need another instrument to look through the two. So, yeah.
Here we go. Come on.
Yes, I need to sort of. I think. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, and just keeping in mind, in the case of, say, a water level that's a mile long, it is only. I mean, if you draw a line between the two ends,
a straight line,
it's only perpendicular to gravity at the center.
The entire line.
Nowhere else. Only there at the center.
Exactly. And, sorry to interrupt you, Blue, but yeah, that's the thing that particularly gets my goat is that he's used. I mentioned this before, so I'm going to repeat myself.
Didn't know Rumpus had a goat.
He keeps on saying that water levels determine horizontal, but it's horizontal, as you're saying, for the midpoint between the 2 points of the water level, and it's never used to do that. A water level is only to determine that one point is level with another point somewhere else.
Exactly.
You do not start drawing two lines between you, because that means you need another instrument. You then need to look through an optical instrument to determine where these things are. So the water level by itself doesn't really define horizontal. You need another instrument to look through the 2 points of your water level, or look along it and then say, there's a horizontal, that's level. The water level's not designed to do that. It's just designed to say some point over.
So the horizontal line is level, and the water level isn't level, or a different type of level to Rumpus. It's amazing, this shit.
You gotta say,
Yeah, level that isn't level. Which one isn't level? Well, the water level isn't level. Like, give over, Rumpus. How ridiculous.
And about what instrument he was talking about that is needed? I don't understand. What instrument he needs?
Optical, an auto level. We'll go over it again. Listen.
The midpoint between the 2 points of the water level, and it's never used to do that. A water level is only to determine that one point is level with another point somewhere else.
Exactly.
You do not start drawing two lines between you, because that means you need another instrument. You then need to look through an optical instrument to determine where these things are. So the water level by itself doesn't really define horizontal.
Optical.
You need another instrument to look through the 2 points of your water level, or look along it and then say, there's a horizontal, that's level.
It's talking about a dark shark. We got this, a completely useless invention invented by the Globers to check your water level. It's a tool for citing water levels. to make sure that horizontals aren't the drop. You require an equipotential angle of adjustment to account for your measurements of horizontal being level in order to find a drop. So yeah, Rumpus is talking about the optical water level sights or the dark shark. Completely useless invention, but we're going to sell them.
Water level's not designed to do that. It's just designed to say some point over here is at the same elevation as some point over there.
Yeah. Need another instrument or something like a GPS system.
Yeah.
That can give it to you. Anyway.
He thinks the GPS system, yeah. Thank God the GPS system came around. I don't know what they did when they thought level was level, but then separated it from horizontal to have a level that isn't level. But the water level isn't level. The horizontal level's still level. The sight one. To see you could drop. For Rumpus. I don't want to confuse anybody, but you have to get yourself in the mind of the Glober on a Model Affliction Monday.
We'll listen to some more derp.
Word Blue.
How many
That's
times?
measurable,
No.
right?
My question is, how many times? Oh yeah, it's measurable. It was derived.
See, oh yeah, it's measurable. I do that back again. That's one of the best things. I like to throw that in. Is it measurable? Because it has to be in reality, right? That's the check. Reality check.
Distance in miles squared. How many times?
Measurable,
No.
right?
My question is, how many times? Oh yeah, it's measurable. It was derived.
That's all I wanted to confirm.
It was derived
Is it measurable from the
measurement.
ground?
Hold on, Brian.
Measurable from the ground?
Hold on, Brian. Try thinking.
It's measurable.
Yes, but he said is derived, so he's very careful.
Oh yeah,
Because
he's a wizard.
He don't want to be caught on a blatant lie.
Yeah.
So he's using word. It can be measured, and it is derived. He didn't say that he measures. He says that can be measured.
And
well, we've
can
been
I chip in
asking
here?
for quite a while, and I've heard many people ask, particularly Rakia, SE. All we want is a method from them to be able to measure this. Jesse says, "Oh yeah, it's measurable." How do we do it? How do you imagine you do it? Does anybody know of any of these methods to measure the drop of the water level from horizontal? One Rumpus.
Because,
I don't know how many
and this
times.
is of course what Rect is doing exactly this.
Yes.
He's saying Bev is quizzing. Is it measurable? Is it measurable? He keeps on asking. Well, that's exactly what Rect will be. Farmer's Boy and I and others will be measuring live.
You heard it on Blue Marble Sciences channel. Rumpus is measuring the drop of the water level from a horizontal as dictated by Jesse Kozlowski, the most notable globe surveyor, the only globe surveyor, I think. Oh, there's that other guy that lives in Maine, that's got the differing angle of down, plumb bob, equipotential angle of adjustment figured in. But Rumpus is going to be measuring it. He says it here. Quizzing, is it measurable? Is it measurable? He keeps on asking. Well, that's exactly what Rect with its W, will be. Rumpus, well done. Rumpus is measuring a 16, 17 foot drop from horizontal. Good luck, Rumpus.
I still think you should have come up with a different acronym, but anyway.
Oh, well, it's a bit late now. What
Rect. That's a good start, isn't it? It's Rect.
Well, yeah, it rolls off the tongue.
I know.
It could be worse. It could be worse.
But, I mean, how many times have they been told how surveyors do this?
Yeah, I mean, the fact he's asking that, but at least he's asking the right question. See, there he does seem to understand. See, there he's demonstrating he does understand what's going on, what people are trying to show, and what Jesse was on about. And we can then say, right, we can show this, we can measure it. But he's quizzing, how would you do it, as though he doesn't understand how you would measure it. Well, of course, actually, you do need to go to quite a lot of effort, as Farmer's Boy and I are finding out, to do this, to actually measure this damn thing. It is a bit of a faff. Certainly, if you want to measure a nice chunky distance between these two, you need to go over sort of 6 miles or something. You know, if you want a nice 15 feet's worth of drop to show off that is really indisputable.
OMG. OMG. Rumpus has got a test. He's going to Bedford Levels, going to do this. It's quite a historic thing. Now, in the past, they've just measured the hump. Or, well, measured. A bit iffy, that. Drawn pictures of what they imagine a hump would be from somebody sighted as supposedly stood in the middle of the Bedford Canal, 8 inches above the water. And then another one from a bridge. But Rumpus is going for the nutsack drop. And he imagines 15 feet over 6 miles. That's what he imagines. Now, I've been there with a auto level, and most of the guys here have seen it. Rumpus is living in fantasy land. He's not got a clue. He's never studied it. He's never looked through an auto level from that bridge. He's not got a clue of what occurs when you look extreme distances through an auto level. He's not got a clue why they have a working range. Interesting, though. Just concepts that he has. He has a belief. A very strong belief.
But he's thinking it's still a sort of how this is an odd concept. He seems to be saying, how would you unearth this strange non-measurable thing is obviously how he perceives it, which again means he doesn't really understand. The way he's asking it does suggest it's a genuine problem he's having.
I don't think he's having any problem at all. He's had this explained to him 50 times, 100 times, 200 times.
Yeah, but we've done that with all flat earthers, haven't we? We've always explained things to them 50 times or something. They just don't understand. And I mean, we've got bloody SE Montreal who talks about this skateboard thing across Lake Pontchartrain, and got QE going on about the drop.
Shout out SE and the skateboard paradox. Mainly the drop from the hump. It's drop from the centre of the hump. Imagine drop from the centre of the hump. He's talking about QE as well.
Between Alice and Bob and things. They don't understand what drop is. They get confused between that and a change in elevation. They really don't understand. Or unless they're doing a superb acting job.
It's really very simple. There is no way you define an arc with 2 points.
Because it's a straight line. Shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line.
You can't do it. You've got to have a third point somewhere. Preferably somewhere near the middle.
That's handy, yeah.
Yeah, that's what will show it. But the alternate way is what you're doing with rect, Rumpus. That's the alternate method.
Rather than do a hump, yeah.
Yeah, rather than finding the
you
got to have a third point somewhere. Preferably somewhere near the middle.
That's handy, yeah.
Yeah, that's what will show it.
See, this is the paradox. The drop and the hump.
But on the globe, you are only on the highest point of the hump.
Always.
So I don't understand the conundrum.
Well, the conundrum like we said right at the very beginning, happens when you take away the concept of what a level is. They always want to think of a bubble level or an auto level that has a midpoint where the bubble is or where the guy with the instrument is. Right? That's the center, and you're always looking for the drop from wherever you are. Now that concept works, and it's been worked brilliantly for a long time. But then you inject a water level, and the water level doesn't have a midpoint. It only has the two ends. So the water level shows geometrically what a straight line is. 2 points. That's all you have. You don't have that 1 point where you can imagine the drop. You have 2 points where you then have to imagine the hump. That's the paradox. Blue, because he's backed Jesse Kozlowski, because Jesse Kozlowski gave us this, right? This is the paradox. Jesse Kozlowski said that the water level drops away from the horizontal at a rate of whatever. So that works okay if you're in the middle. But if you're actually got a water level, then you've only got those 2 points. So where do you put a horizontal in relation to those 2 points of a water level? I say there's only one place you can. You make those 2 points the horizontal. They're the two ends of your horizontal line. There's no way of getting around that.
Yep.
That's why it's the great paralogism.
So another Mission Impossible.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an impossibility of that. That actually formulating a logical conclusion, right? The only conclusion you could come up with to end up with a globe is an illogical conclusion, i.e. a paralogism. Loving it. Thanks for going over this one, Blue. Whoever it was told us to watch this. I think that was you, wasn't it, Essie? Thanks. Brilliant.
But the
sorry, I think so,
bro.
Yeah.
Go on. Yeah, go on. Yeah. I said to you, I said I will. I'll go over it. I'll have to go over it, but I don't want to watch it. Right? I've not seen any of this. This is the first time me going over it, and this is fantastic. Yeah.
I was waiting anxiously to go over this. Yeah, this is good.
I like Rumpus is talking about his test, and Blue's talking about the hump, and Rumpus is going for the full nutsack drop.
For the drop, yeah.
Now, how they can't realise that this conflict is this paradox. One imagines one thing, the other one imagines the other, but they have to give way to the other because it's both what the model predicts must happen. Both of them.
With wrecked Rumpus. That's the alternate
Yeah,
method.
rather than do a hump, yeah.
Yeah, rather than
do the hump.
The center point like that, you can just measure the drop if you're going far enough.
The nutsack.
Yeah,
Come on, get it right.
The thing in preference to the hump is that we can measure a much bigger over the same distance. We get, about 17. We should get 17 feet of drop. Hopefully,
See, I've been saying this for quite a while. The last ones where Blue's talking about a 90-foot hump, because there is a quadratic equation functioned in it. When you go for the full nutsack drop, you can times that distance by 4. I don't know whether Blue wants to let anybody know about that. But like the hump of 90 foot turns into like a 320 foot drop ish. I don't know. Over the full distance. reciprocal as well, both ways, with the hump in the middle. So 2 drops, 2 nutsack drops, the full nutsack, equal a hump in the middle. Skateboard paradox. These guys should really look into their paradoxes, model-induced paradoxes. They seem to be like paralogisms. They've got to be blind to it. Would anybody bring this up? Really? If
You know what
you
kills
couldn't
me?
see it. Go on.
You know what kills me, bro? In the beginning, they were asking, "What is this paradox?" And I wasn't telling them, right? Because I wanted them to think about it. I go, "Look, you'll get it in a year or two." Then, now we're telling them straight out what it is, and they're still fighting. They still don't get it. It's mind-boggling.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we've stumbled across the 2020 version of some sort of a mind trick, a paralogism, blindness.
1984 and 2022. Yes.
Yeah, where reasoning cannot be applied to any of this stuff. Because if it does, then a model has to go. You have to realize you have to be just left modelless. Which is okay. Searching for answers and stuff without... Step 1. Drop the model that you assume. The great paralogism. Get rid of it. Start afresh for yourself.
Farmers Point, others
Yeah,
in the team will measure that, and that's obviously quite. It would be 1/4 of that would be the hump if you measured it from the middle, and of course this is the problem that Sly.
See, 1/4 of that would be the hump. He's aware of the quadratic function of it mathematically. He's going to talk about slice bar cane. I'm not so sure he should be doing that. I'll have to listen to this again. Here we go.
You've got to have a third point somewhere.
Hump.
Preferably somewhere near the middle.
Hump.
That's handy, yeah.
Yeah, that's what will show it. But the alternate way is what you're doing with rect, Rumpus.
It's interesting that the water level test that we devised, straight line test, is built upon that very fact of the center point and showing that they're all on the same straight line. Our test that me and Spot On have already done is purely geometric, and it's based upon what Blue says, that center point. We just added another one as well. We added a quarter distance. Interesting.
That's the alternate
Yeah,
method.
rather than do a hump, yeah.
Yeah, rather than finding the center point like that, you can just measure the drop if you're going far enough.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the thing in preference to the hump is that we can measure a much bigger over the same distance. We get, about 17. We should get 17 feet of drop. Hopefully, Farmers Point, others in the team will measure that, and that's obviously quite. It would be 1/4 of that would be the hump if you measured it from the middle. And of course, this is the problem that Sly had when he tried to do it. He tried to measure hump. But he was over whatever it was, is it a mile, kilometre and a half? So it's effectively nearly a mile or something.
Sure.
And he was only going to get 2 inches.
Are you sure he was going for the hump? Not according to the Ruhif numbers. That was completely drop all the way through. They seem to have forgotten about that. I don't know whether Rumpus realises that. Slice Bar Cane wasn't going for a hump. Oh no.
And obviously that was another problem that Robotham had. He was trying to measure hump. Well, actually, he did try and measure drop as well. But the trouble is then you get into these
Rowbotham tried to measure drop and hump. Ridiculous, Rumpus. Can't have both.
That's news.
Diletheism, that, isn't it, SE?
Oh, yeah.
Two truths. A drop and a hump.
In fact, Robotham tried to check if it is a drop, but he didn't measure any drop.
Rowbotham was meant
Yes,
to have been a surveyor. If Rowbotham was a surveyor, he wouldn't have been so silly as to try to measure a drop. He would have been showing that there is no drop, and he found that there was no drop because
Yes,
he knew water level was horizontal.
Yes, he put flags on the distance of 1 mile or something like that, and he checked with theodolite that if there is alignment between these flags, and it was.
How it
So
wasn't?
No drop.
It wasn't, because he wouldn't have been able to have seen it. That's flat Earth society, that.
As I read about it, he checked every single flag. So he checked one by one with theodolite.
No, he just had a telescope or something in the water. He was stood in the water with his sighting instrument 8 inches above the water. It wasn't a theodolite.
I can't remember. I read it very long time ago.
Yeah, that's why I say, my son, we've been over the footage in this channel, has actually been on that canal with his camera P1000 8 inches above the water, just like Rowbotham did. And what Rowbotham claims to have done, I don't think it's possible. We get somebody else to go and check it, see whether they can see a flag over that distance, 8 inches above the water.
I'm willing to bet, besides your son, nobody has done it in the past 50 years, let's say, or more.
Yeah, well, I mean, P1000's not been out for that long, so I don't think it was possible for anybody to actually do that with those sort of cameras or whatever. And all they would have done is found out that you can't actually see anything. Now, whether you attribute that to a drop is completely up to you in your model, Affliction. But it's not measured at all. And Rumpus is in for a shock. A massive one.
You know, unless you're doing it over a decent distance, the hump is just very difficult to measure. So hence I wanted a big chunky thing to measure, and doing that with drop was the obvious way to do that.
Yeah, I don't even like to use the word hump or hoop.
Indeed, yeah.
You don't like to use the word drop and hump.
Of course not.
Isn't that unfortunate? Because they're wrapped up in a paradox for them. Because one of them thinks drop and the other one thinks hump. And they both think they can have the same, even though the mathematical function for one is 4 times larger than the other one when you're talking about the same distance. It's crazy. One of them goes in one direction vertically upwards and the other one goes 4 times larger vertically downwards.
Minor details, come on.
It's not like there's some sort of a problem there that they can't see. Should be in front of everybody's faces.
I mean, yeah,
it's mental.
It's really
Sagittarius
better, yeah.
Sagittarius,
if you want to call it Sagittarius, I'm much happier with that because that's what it is.
No, I can understand that.
Yeah, they go on and on about the hump.
Because of course, I mean, hump. You know, the trouble is that these things have multiple words.
You see how he said it?
Yeah.
A hump, obviously, we tend to think of that as a change in elevation.
These guys, the hump, everybody seems to think of the hump as a change in elevation. Rumpus isn't helping him here, is he?
But Blue put some emphasis on the hump there.
Yeah.
I don't know if you noticed.
So, hence I wanted a big chunky thing to measure, and doing that with
Come on,
drop
Blue.
is the obvious way to do that.
Yeah, I don't even like to use the word hump. Or
Indeed, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's a
as
different.
Bev says,
It's really sagittal is probably better. Yeah.
If you want to call it sagittal, I'm much happier with that because that's what
Yeah,
it is.
no, I can understand that.
Yeah, they go on and on about the hump.
Yeah, because of course, I mean, the hump. The trouble is that these things have multiple meanings, and of course, they can never cope with that.
Yeah.
A hump.
The hump has multiple meanings. So the geometric term's definitely better. Sagitta implies a big fucking circle there, doesn't it?
Obviously, we tend
Internalizes his chords though when you do the Sagitta.
to think of that as a change in elevation. You know, the hump of those hills or something, change in elevation.
And that's
of
where
course,
they go
with the
with
hump we're talking about is not a change in elevation.
Yeah, that's where they try to take it though. When you say that, when they talk about a hump, they try to.
Well, this is why, of course, Bev says he's not a flat earther.
It's an
He's saying, well, is
elevation
the topography flat? No.
It's not an elevation change. That's all level.
Yep.
Just listen to that. A
Yeah.
non-elevated hump. A non-elevated hump, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Surveyors wouldn't notice it, would they? It's unnoticeable to surveyors' hump. Only Discord channel people can take this on. Oh, sorry. Globe Earth Science.
Same elevation. So, all right.
I don't. But the trouble is, I'm going to get bloody SE Montreal. They don't understand what constant elevation is on the globe. They don't understand that that's curved. Even now, even though, I mean, well, that's apparently their position. But I mean, you say that Bev might be trying to see. But the trouble is that panel of Bevites, you know,
That's you guys. Panel. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for being here, guys. Rumpus thinks very highly of you.
all say and mouth the same thing, and they say it emphatically. So they're all either all acting, which I just don't think is possible, or they're all misunderstanding it. Because they haven't had it beaten into them.
I think you've got a mix of characters there. I don't think Bev's the only one who knows what he's doing. I think there are others, but I think there's also quite a few who are, I suspect, as genuinely dumb as they come across.
Wow, that's genius. That was Farmer's Boy. The clever one.
He's the brain of the outfit.
Yeah, calling some of you guys, I don't know. Or maybe even me, I don't know. Dumb.
He's projecting.
Yeah.
Genuinely dumb though, not genuinely dumb.
Yeah, not just dumb. Genuinely
We're
dumb.
genuine about it. Anyway.
Uber dumb.
Oh.
And they've just swallowed it. SE for one of them. SE, I suspect he has Velcro on his shoes.
Velcro on your shoes? What? On the bottom of your shoes? Oh.
And as I say, I think it's possibly with Bev. Sometimes he does understand the concepts, and sometimes he doesn't. Like, and he seems to have terrible memory problems. And unless this is all part of the, getting tripped up by lying. I mean, I asked him 30 times whether he understood that on a globe model, down was towards the centre of the Earth, and he wouldn't answer me. And then 2 days later, he claimed he had, even though.
Oh, can you remember that? When I told him his model's fucking ridiculous, and of course I know that.
I emphatically beat his head. Why didn't you answer that? Whether you understand this? And then 2 days later, he claimed he had, and it was so obviously he hadn't.
Just ask him what the shape of the Earth is, and you'll see straight away how dishonest he is, because he won't give you an answer.
I agree with you. He does try and deceive as well. The question is he a deceiver and stupid, or is he a deceiver or stupid?
Well, unfortunately, my training and experience is not in psychiatry and what have you, so I couldn't tell you.
Psychoanalysis by the duplicitous.
It's not.
Farmer's Boy's not trained in psychology.
Seems to me he was making several claims just a moment ago about genuinely dumb.
Yeah.
Or maybe that's not a psychological thing. Maybe you could just make that claim without being a psychiatrist.
Yeah. Yeah, the intelligence thing, right? Dumbness is intelligence.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not necessarily psychological. Perhaps I mean, he doesn't know. There's some stuff he can talk about. There's some stuff he can't talk about. Obviously. Actually, Farmer's Boy is one of the guys I've never really had a chance to talk about. So, Farmers, if you ever want to come and have a chat about water level and proofs of stuff like that, I'll be willing to have a chat anytime.
I know where my suspicions lie, though.
But then again, I think you're a bit of a cynic, aren't you, Farmers, generally?
Some might say that, yes.
Yeah, let's hear some more.
Let's have some more shite. I mean, dirt.
It doesn't do it. It's just not possible.
Jesse had something going here.
You can measure this. Have you tried measuring this?
Good. Double down. You can measure this. Have you tried measuring this? The water level dropping in the distance.
Yeah, so you are saying that a water level drops away from the actual level. You know, when you set up an auto level,
I didn't say
they're
that.
different, aren't they?
No, not really.
Aha, see? Now George comes in. Well done, George. Quick, can you remember this? So now I've just pointed out that a level, auto level, is a tool that establishes a horizontal. So that would be the tool that you have to get the water level to drop away from. Did you hear the pause? I'll do it again.
Yes.
Actual level, you know, when you set up an auto level,
I didn't say
they're
that.
different, aren't they?
No, not really.
The level and the level, when you say an auto level and a water level, globe model dictates, globe affliction says they're not the same. There has to be a difference. Come on, Blue.
Well, let's do it to him.
Here we go.
Notice the pause there. He clearly understands. There's no doubt about it.
I think it's...
He clearly understands. He just said it. On the globe model, they're not the same. That's right, Bev, they're not.
Right, that's the level and the level are not the same on the globe model. Blue understands that we know about their paradoxes. We know about them. That's why we keep saying to them, there are too many paradoxes that I can't compute. So therefore, they can't be true. You can't have contradictions in reality. You can't have the water both humping and dropping at the same time. The same pit of water being a hump and a drop. Doesn't make any sense. If anybody's listening can't make sense of that doesn't make sense, then you might be model afflicted. You might have the great paralogism already inside your head. If you can't see what we're talking about, you want to check yourself.
Yes, sorry, that's the bit. Yeah, that was. Sorry, I was typing there, so I didn't quite. Yes, that's the bit. That's the phrase, actually, bit that I was. Yes, that's the bit. That, in fact, I was thinking. I thought you'd been happened 5 minutes before I turned up. Yes, that could be the thing. The phrase I was looking for that suggested he did understand what was going on.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just.
Hey, Blue,
he
where
just
is
says
this? Where is this conversation from? When did this happen?
This was on Jose's show. I don't know, probably a year ago.
Oh, at least.
Okay.
This is on this old channel.
Yeah,
so
right.
Yeah, but Bev,
unless you got a copy of it, it's gone.
Earth is the reason we're talking about it now is that Bev was discussing this last night on his channel what happened to him a year or so ago on Jose's channel when talking to Jesse.
Okay.
Yeah, Bev is remains butthurt over the Lake Pontchartrain, and is still
Not
trying to do
butthurt.
what he can do. It's going to get a lot worse as we go on.
Oh yeah,
good.
you can be sure of
The
that.
flat Earth community is still butthurt over that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so crystal clear. I mean, absolutely crystal clear.
They
Can't
don't
be
understand what
anything other than a curve.
ECEF coordinates are, do they? I mean, don't forget, was it a month or so ago? He was thought that the Z coordinate in the ECF was elevation.
Yeah.
So it's sufficiently complicated, and they could get confused and then dismiss it all because it's all. I mean, a number of times, for instance, when he's been commenting on your commentary on the Jesse thing, he just says, "What's going on? I don't understand. It's all confusing. It's all a mess. I don't understand," and therefore they can dismiss it. If they don't understand, this is the problem. They're shield of stupidity. If they don't understand something, they can then say it's wrong.
See, I think that's one of Rumpus's paralogisms there too. It's not that we don't understand. It's just that you cannot have contradictions. You can't have both a drop and a hump. And I know there's nobody there to defend it. Jesse Kozlowski showed us it. He was the first one. I wouldn't have realised it if it weren't for us hearing me getting Jesse to say that the water level drops away from the horizontal. And then him going and modelling this bridge and showing a hump that Blue agrees with, a 90-foot Sagitta. That's a hump. Yet Rumpus wants to talk about the A to B being a drop. It's a paradox, contradiction. You can't have both. It's just not possible. And we've got fools pretending that they're the ones that do know. They've been tricked by Jesse Kozlowski. What Jesse Kozlowski claimed he could do is not true. That's why he's not here. He can't explain this. Jesse Kozlowski's the man that said this. Jesse Kozlowski's the person that's put all of the Globers in this position. He's the one that led us to it. The nutsack drop and the hump, Kozlowski hump, the Kozlowski conundrum, we call it. We're going over it.
And it's got sufficiently moderately, barely moderately complicated, and it's sufficiently difficult for them to understand that they can then not understand it, and then that's the end of it. And from their mind, it doesn't work.
I don't understand it, therefore it's either fake or it's, yeah.
I'm not surprised B-Ball doesn't understand it.
Yeah, let's hear some more.
Yeah, George, you did show us globe differential leveling. It was hilarious. You come back and show us again.
With divergent plumb lines, yes?
Well, they have to, right? That's the driving factor here.
Yes, it has to be proven experimentally. Where on Earth plumb lines are divergent?
Well, not only that, a consequence of that is that horizontals have to intersect. But everybody knows that horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, stating that horizontals are parallel to each other. It's an impossibility. It's a geometric impossibility, the globe model.
Does anybody else
So
have
you
an echo?
have to get around it, find some way to
it's
generate
echo,
another geometry. It's the only way that this can happen. And they're no good at making geometries up. We did Imaginometry for them to help them out, give them a bit of an idea. They don't even seem to have a sense of humour about Imaginometries.
And at that point, you say to yourself, all right, maybe he doesn't understand. Because quite clearly, if the thing is a sphere it is not possible for those horizontals to do anything other than intersect.
There you go. You heard it here first.
If it's a sphere.
Yeah. The great paralogism dictates to blue what a horizontal must be. Not the other way around. You have to go against geometry and mathematical proofs, which is what blue's willing to do.
Yeah, and start off on a sphere. Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah. The biggest stolen concept fallacy ever. The great paralogism. I love
They
it.
are not the same.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's the...
Come on, guys. Justify
I go
it.
back and forth kind of like you do, Rumpus. I mean, there's a minute there when I say, yeah, he knows what the hell he knows what he's doing. And then he says something totally stupid like that, and you think, oh, Jesus, God.
Yeah, you see, this is why I think they don't understand what's going on. Because if you did understand what was going on, you want to present a good, misrepresentative, deceitful case, you wouldn't then say something utterly stupid.
See, a case has just been made about their model being a geometric impossibility. Are they going to address that? No. Are you going to try and justify it with some geometric proofs? Nah. It's just going to say things that don't really say anything. Something about somebody not understanding stuff. Well, it's an impossibility, I'll say that. The model is a geometric impossibility. That's why they will never give you a geometric explanation about it. Ever. Because they can't. Geometric impossibility.
Which makes you look utterly stupid. Because if you realise that you're saying something that's really stupid, you wouldn't say it. You'd stick to another script and be consistent and try and just keep the best bits that you could offer. But the fact they offer up such stupid comments like that just demonstrates that's what their thinking is. And he just happened to trip over and understand, a few minutes ago. He did, for the first time, I've never heard him express it quite as well as that for him. That I think that they just tripped over that, and then he's got a wandering mind that sort of moves in and out of understanding.
Yeah,
Hey, Blue, does anybody else have a really bad echo whenever you play the video?
Yeah, Blue, how are you pumping this? How are you pumping your YouTube thing into Discord?
Or does someone else have their mic open while the video's playing?
No, I think it's Blue's. I think it's the way Blue's pumping it in.
If you mute the audio coming from the stream as Blue plays it,
doesn't look like he's got his audio sorted, does it?
Blue's audio as if he's speaking.
It's all right for you guys, is it? Everybody in Discord fine? Everybody on YouTube, sound comes on through okay?
Yeah, no.
Blue's a bit newer to this, isn't he?
Watch the Discord stream. Discord is pumping the audio. Discord is putting audio through, yeah. But Blue is also putting the audio through as if he's speaking over it, so it's coming through twice with an ever so slight.
Oh,
delay.
got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you mute the audio on the video, you will hear it fine.
Can you do that separately from muting Blue? How do you?
No. Blue's got something wrong there. Discord's good that. Don't worry about that. Discord do it better.
Oh, you don't want to do that. Yes, that's definitely.
Should come and get some Discord training.
That'll cause all kinds of issues. Yeah.
Sorry, how can you mute? How can you mute the Blue's stream without muting Blue? Sorry, Alan.
No. You don't have to watch the stream because you're gonna hear the audio from the stream. I get it now.
Yeah, you just mute the when you're looking
it's all confusing, isn't it?
at what Blue is presenting live. There's audio from it. Well,
He needs a technical wizard like Rakia to go over there and help him out, press some buttons.
Yes, indeed. Sorry,
Rakia tech support.
How do you mute the stream?
Yeah.
Mute the stream?
Just close it.
No. There's a mute. There's a volume control.
Rob's listening in. There's commitment for you. He's on a family road trip. Mrs. driving and he's still in there. Thank you very much, Rob. You're a
it was
valued member.
I couldn't see that. Yes, that icon.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
okay.
gets a bit hard sometimes, but yeah, that's
Yeah,
where
found
is.
it. Thanks. Right. Okay.
Yeah, let's try a bit more, see if that fixed it.
It's painful for them. It must be bad.
An auto level.
George, I was asking Jesse, what are you doing?
An auto level.
You're speaking for Jesse, George.
I can't join in. You can't either, man.
George, let me talk to this man.
Go ahead.
George.
Go ahead, Jesse.
Yeah, see, George getting the shutdown there from Jesse. But it was interesting that George seemed that he had to come and stick up for Jesse there. Almost as though George seems to think he's the leading figure here when they're talking to Jesse.
Well, Jesse put him in his place
think
there.
that you have cornered him, Jesse, and he was helping him.
Yeah. It's been called out, right? Like Rakir says, you work these people out and then you call their bluff. And Jesse's not a real surveyor. Playing a part of a surveyor for the Globe team.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, I did say that then. Hopefully, this reaction. Come on, guys. George says, look. George has said it again. In the chat here, George says in the YouTube. Bev has a terrible memory. I have told him how to measure a water level dropping from a tangent line. Set from the observer. If the observer has an eye line, George, how can you possibly have a tangent? You can't have a tangent that doesn't touch a surface. It's not possible. You're just imagining a circle that isn't there.
This drives me mad.
Crazy old fool. Crazy George.
Thanks.
It's only 2 minutes.
Okay, so how many more times must I explain this to you?
Wow. To pause it. Nobody's defending George. Nobody's defending Jesse. Has Blue gone to the toilet or something, do you reckon? He's meant to be going over it. I've just said that Jesse Kozlowski isn't a real surveyor. Undefended. Called George a crazy old fool. They might agree. He must agree, really. I don't know. Let's see. Might
I've
go
explained
back
this
to it.
to you on Twitter, on YouTube, and now we're here in person, finally talking to each other.
Yeah.
How many more times?
You're saying that level drops from the horizontal. A level is a tool that establishes a horizontal.
My question to you, this is my question. How many more times do you want me to repeat
I
this
haven't
same
heard one
answer?
straight answer. Give him a straight answer.
All right, Brian, I'm gonna have to lose you from the call. Only Try Thinking and Jesse Kozlowski are the only two persons should be heard right now.
That's my question to you, is how many more times do you want me to repeat the identical answer I've been giving you? I don't know. Is this months now since you started following me on Twitter? And
okay, well,
can I go?
Right, so here what he's doing. He's doing what George is doing. Saying that they've said it, but they haven't, because you cannot measure a drop of the water level. That's how water flows. It's true, that.
Well, that's rather incredible.
It is that he doesn't understand that when people like George are talking about a tangent, he doesn't mean to say it's a tangent that's actually touching the surface of God knows where that is, of course, where you define the Earth is touching. We're talking about something that's parallel to a tangent. We're just giving them.
Wow, there you go. A tangent that's not a tangent now.
But it's
It's
parallel.
parallel to a tangent.
Tangent, yes, tangent is
My
parallel to
God.
a tangent.
He's acknowledging that it's not actually a tangent, right? So when he
Man,
talks
oh
about
man.
tangent, and he doesn't actually mean tangent, just means parallel to a tangent. Well, oh, there's no such thing as parallels. He means a circular parallel
Yeah, you know.
with a differing curvature, right? A differing radius, obviously. Crazy fool.
And that's that, you know,
Crazy.
that's effectively a tangent. The orientation of that line is the same as a tangent. That's what George means by a tangent. And then Bev leaps into
The orientation of that line is the same as a tangent.
Wow.
And since a tangent to a circle would be everywhere, right? You could always have a parallel to a tangent because tangents can be anywhere. Literally 360 degrees. Crazy. It's like they want points to be circles and points to be spheres and lines to be parallel to other tangents. It's model affliction. Crazy.
They are rolling this tangent around the circle.
Yeah. Around a sphere. Every
Yes,
direction. It's the same as plumb to them on their model. Plumb is every direction.
Yep.
There's not one direction. It isn't. This is crazy. But this is the model, right? They want everything.
this. Oh, it's not touching the surface. You stupid dickhead. It's parallel to the tangent. Oh,
that's what.
God.
He's calling me a dickhead for saying that a tangent has to be touching. This is Rumpus, the great globe head.
We all mean when we say that. That's what we're always talking about.
Yeah, I mean,
nobody
Jesus
puts their telescope down on the frigging dirt, and you know.
Right, so you heard it first here from Blue Marble. When he says tangent, he doesn't actually mean tangent. Never does. He's just saying tangent for the hell of it. Because he wants everybody to obviously know that it's not a tangent.
I got it, bro.
Yeah.
How didn't we think about this?
Yeah.
It's an unclamped tangent.
Yeah. Yeah, an untangent tangent.
Tangent, yeah.
Honestly, which part are you talking about being tangent to? The ellipsoid or tangent to the geoid? You know, they're all different things.
When it's not a tangent, right, you can imagine any sort of shape underneath it, right? Because it doesn't fucking matter. It's just a fucking straight line, isn't it? A straight line that doesn't touch any shape can have any imagined shape underneath it or maybe above it, maybe to the right. As long as it's not touching the straight line, then the shape bears zero relation to it. At least geometrically. It's why their model has to fail the moment you bring geometry into it. This is brilliant. Thanks, Essie, for bringing this up. I don't normally watch shit like this, but this is good. You have to remind you, anybody else hears any ballers saying any stupid shit like this, going over any of the videos we do, please go over this one again. Let us know what you think. We'll go over it.
Yeah, but of course, when you're using an auto level, you are in effect a tangent to the geoid at that point.
What? When you use an auto level that definitely isn't touching the surface, you are doing a tangent to the geoid. What a crazy fool. Why let Rumpus into this? Why let him? go. Listen to this.
Down on the frigging dirt. And you know, honestly, which part are you talking about being tangent to? The ellipsoid or tangent to the geoid?
It's not tangent.
You know, they're all different.
Can be not
different
tangent to
things.
any shape you want.
Yeah,
You're
but of
just
course, when
talking
you're
about a
using an
line
auto
that's-
level, you are in effect a tangent to the geoid at that point.
Or parallel to
obviously-
the geoid. Yeah, you can be tangent to the.
You can be not tangent to any shape you want.
Or parallel to a tangent to the geoid at 10,000 feet elevation if you want to be.
Yeah,
That's,
I mean,
Parallel to the tangent of the geoid at 10,000 feet elevation. Wow. Is that a tangent point? Parallel. The point is parallel to the point. 2 points parallel.
I mean,
Genius.
how can he have? This is a guy who claims to, well, he waffles on about geometry periodically, claims to know about Euclid, and yet does seem to have a great problem in understanding that obviously for us it's just shorthand. Yeah, it's parallel to the tangent. It's effectively, you know, it's the only thing about it, a tangent doesn't have a particular location in effect in space. It's the equation for a tangent just has an orientation, and that's so there's no difference between. It's just parallel.
The equation for a tangent. Genius. Since everybody knows a tangent to a sphere could be any direction, how can you have a formula to it? Is it possible? I'd say not.
Parallel, Jesus Christ! I mean, try and make a meal out of this, as though George is talking bollocks, is just an extreme. You see, there again, he's demonstrating he doesn't have basic understanding of geometry or logic, and this is why I think he's getting things wrong.
well, one thing I don't want to get lost. I don't want to get lost in all of this. Is that accusation that Bev just made that Jesse is not a real surveyor?
There we go.
Oh,
Yes.
Jesse is a registered professional land surveyor. You can.
I mean,
his license
He said he was retired, or I've heard that he was retired.
is a matter of public record. I've seen it. Anybody can go look at it. That is ridiculous. Bev goes and waves around what basically amounts to a high school report card, and claims to be a surveyor on the basis of that.
I've never claimed to be a surveyor. Nobody's ever said that. I do claim to have a surveying certificate. Land surveying certificate. Get it right, Blue. I'm not a surveyor. Never said that I am. Never claimed to have been a surveyor at all. I do have a surveying certificate. Like I've said to many people, I've studied it at college. Just basic stuff.
And then has the temerity to criticize a guy who is actually a licensed professional land surveyor. You hear me, Bev? I know you're listening.
I hear me? I am now.
The man actually has those credentials.
I'll say it again. Jesse Kozlowski is the man that said that water level dropping away from horizontal is measurable. That Jesse Kozlowski, I'm saying, is not a surveyor. He shouldn't have said that. And no surveyor would say that. I bet you can't find another surveyor to say that.
You have exactly the square root of fuck all.
Yeah.
All right, that's my
But this is classic, though, isn't it? They're very keen flatties to. I think it's because they're basically conspiracy theorists.
I don't know why he keeps going on about flatties. He's like he's obsessed with them. Strange behaviour.
That everybody's a liar, and they think, and I think often they are liars as well. I mean, I don't like to accuse people of being liars, but only when they got absolute overwhelming evidence. But they're projecting that people like Riley and co. They're all anybody who runs around accusing other people of lying or not being having the qualifications they claim to have invariably.
I didn't say he was a liar. I just said Jesse Kozlowski's a wizard, and he's not a real surveyor. A real surveyor wouldn't have said that the water level drops away from horizontal.
Those are the people who are lying and don't have the qualifications.
Yep.
Most of us tend to say, well, we'll accept what people are saying unless we've got good evidence to the contrary. But these people are, because they're conspiracy theorists, they think the whole of society is lying to them. And I think they tend to be inclined to be fibbers.
Is Rumpus being a conspiracy theorist? About us being conspiracy theorists, or me being conspiracy theorists, or about flat earthers being conspiracy theorists? It's hard to tell who Rumpus is talking about. He's all over the place. He should try and focus on something a bit more. Focus on one point, Rumpus, next time.
As well, that they therefore accuse other people of being liars. And I mean, there's again a demonstration of stupidity, because you say, as you say, there's a matter of public record that he's a surveyor, and to accuse someone of not being a surveyor when they so obviously are is a really stupid thing to do, as well as obnoxious.
Yep, exactly.
He's not obviously a surveyor, because I'm pretty sure that no surveyor would ever say that the water level drops away from a horizontal. Not a real surveyor, anyway. That's why I say I'm not too sure. Yes, he is. Maybe he might come back. Maybe do a show for the Globe Earth people to let us show how the water level does actually drop away from a horizontal at a measurable rate. Hopefully.
It's a complete get. Yeah, I
come
mean,
back.
Or something they claim that people aren't engineers, and what was it? They claim the main surveyor isn't a surveyor as well. And he says he refuses to use the word main surveyor because he doesn't believe he's a surveyor.
Yeah,
because
he
things he
calls
said.
calls him the bloke from Maine or something, doesn't he? He refuses to actually put the word surveyor next to his name.
Yeah, that's because he said some stupid shit, just like Jesse. Anytime he wants to come and have a chat about this, we can talk. He said that plane surveying isn't actually plane, which was another thing that I'm not too sure surveyors would say, a real surveyor anyway.
I think he's going to do
this
that
is a guy who's,
in here in a minute. I think he's going to do that again.
Yeah, and then this is a guy who we've seen videos of playing around with incredibly expensive equipment. He's clearly a surveyor, but of course the way that Bev gets confused, he says he's an embarrassment, I think, to surveyors, and therefore because
Jesse Kozlowski's been seen playing about with incredibly expensive equipment. That qualify him as a surveyor then.
Because he thinks the way surveying particularly works, and of course he hasn't got a surveying book. And therefore he thinks anyone who disagrees with him can't possibly be a surveyor. Because he hasn't read a surveying book. He doesn't... I mean, Rakia has said that the things I've told him are in agreement with what surveying books say. Which I find very odd. If he knows that's what surveying books say, and I'm saying the same thing, then what position can you have? You then, if other people are agreeing with that, and people are certified by the literature around their subject, and that's what they advocate.
Right. So I'm saying the same thing. Then what position can you have then if other people are agreeing with that, and people are certified by the literature around their subject? You're certified by the literature around your subject. Is that how you get certified? Certified by the literature around their subject.
I thought that you are certified by exams or something like that.
Yeah.
Then they are surveyors as defined by this the literature and the certification program for this discipline. Very odd.
In my 45-year career, I managed to meet an awful lot of surveyors over that period of time on projects that we worked on. And I'll tell you one thing I've never seen an actual real surveyor do, and that's pull out a damn water level. Not a one of them has ever done that. In fact, I think if a surveyor pulled a water level out, I would be showing him how to get off my job site within.
Wow. Blue doesn't trust water levels. Strange. I don't know why a surveyor would want to do that, because it's only for a straight line Euclid test to show 2 points.
Wonder how they set their equipment up.
In the past.
I mean, I thought all tripods and auto levels and theodolites all have to, go through the same similar procedure in setting them up.
Calibration, water level. At some point, you have to trace these things back, don't you? So what was the original that they then made a tool and went, I tell you what, we'll call this a level, right? Is the auto level the first level, or is there another level that came before it?
But they still use a level to set the equipment up.
Yeah. It's like, I know you're making this new tool called a level, right? And we've already got one called a water level. And it's like, yeah, but that one doesn't work on a globe, does it? We need one. I mean, we need one that's a little bit different. It's like, well, how is it different? Well, you can imagine that water level has a drop and a hump. But this one will just go for horizontal. Split the difference between the two. Or would they have just gone, well, let's make a bit one that does exactly the same job? But we'll have to make it only a certain distance. The water level would have been a canal or something beforehand, practical. How did they know how high they were to set the canal? The banks of it? Crazy.
In 10 seconds. Yeah. That is absolute nuts.
I've been in construction for 30-something years. And I've seen lots of surveyors working on building sites. I've never seen one use a bloody water level.
He's never seen a water level on site. Farmer's boy, that is. I think you'd say that with a lot of people. But I guess it depends what sites you've been on.
Yeah, lots of them probably don't even know what one is.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. Lots of people haven't got a fucking clue what a water level is. It causes a paradox. People's minds, they can't see it. They don't want to see it. Don't want to think about the implications of what a water level is. Unfortunately.
Yeah. No, probably not.
A water level is something that a concrete block mason or brick mason might know about. That's about it. Yeah. They're not used.
A concrete block mason or a brick mason. Do they differ, those ones?
No. Amazing. I'm not even going to respond to that.
The different pay grades, aren't they? Oh, you're just a concrete block mason.
You're just a lowly cinder block guy without the bricks. Know your place.
Yeah. Leave the bricks alone.
That's not a surveying tool, for God's sakes. Anyway.
Well, it's really accurate. I mean, they'll give you.
They think it's not a surveying tool, a level. mental.
Probably more accuracy. If you wanted to know whether something is level 100 meters away, you can get these little things with micrometer things on them, and they are incredibly accurate. But you're not going to be dragging one of those around a surveying site. It would take you, tens of minutes just to get one into position. You fill it up with water, you'd be dragging it around, people be tripping over.
A surveying site. Crazy. A surveying site, not just a site that needs surveying. You can.
Over it. That's not something you would use on a site.
Nobody does. Never. Let's hear some more stuff.
We didn't say that this was for site work or for surveying work. The water level is just the tool that we choosing to deliver a geometric appreciation in reality of the 2 points shown by a water level. And we extend that to show a shared straight line segment geometrically using a water level. Ingenious, really. It's ridiculous to think that it could be anything other than that, but globe model dictates.
Can I go over it then and tell you what I understand, and you can just confirm or deny it, right? Just to make sure. You're saying that you can set up a level.
No, I just asked you a question. I'm asking you this. How many more times are you going to ask
just
me
this one? Just this one, Jesse.
So
If you make it sure and let everybody know that you have definitely answered the question that I've asked, then that'll be the last time, Jesse. Promise.
So this is it. Drum roll. This is it, right, Brian? What's your name?
Do you know the question? Do you want me to repeat the question again?
Yes, you're going to, but I wanted you to answer me.
Excited about
that one question. How many more times? You're saying this is it.
Right, yeah. If you answer the question this time properly and not obfuscate it.
Have you seen my answers before?
You've never really answered the question. That's why I keep having to ask to clarify, Jesse.
All right, let's try it.
Okay. Do you want me to give you the question then from full?
Yeah, let's pretend it's the first time.
Okay. I'm at the side of a canal and I have set up an auto level, right? That is establishing a horizontal line of view, right? Through the crosshairs.
Correct.
Right. And now I am at the side of a canal. Now that canal is water level. It is horizontal too, I say, but you say it drops away. Now, can you measure that drop of the water level away from the horizontal level of your auto level?
Perfect. Let's try to, Jesse, address you without interruptions. Go ahead, Jesse.
Here we go.
Yes.
Yes, says Jesse. You can measure the drop of the water level from the horizontal. Now, that's a very big claim from their top surveyor. You'd hope that they would all know the exact procedure that Jesse's talking about of how to measure the drop of the water level from a horizontal. By a claimed surveyor to say that. That's it.
Nice.
Yes. I'll put it down. Yeah, it just says yes. No expansion on it. This is in front of Jose's on. Now Blue's going to come in and show him, obviously. 2 people. Rumpus. Listening. So Jesse Kozlowski says you can set an auto level up and you can measure the drop of the water level from that point.
That's pretty clear.
Can you do it?
Well, actually, he could be misunderstanding it as an elevation change. Even now, he could be misunderstanding what drop means.
Yeah, a measured drop from the horizontal is an elevation change. I'll say it again. I don't know how many times you have to do this. If you set an auto level up and you measure a change from that horizontal, That is an elevation change. Can't get around it.
But of course, that's what this is exactly what Rect is doing. Exactly this very thing.
Here we go.
This is exactly what we're doing.
Yeah. I think Jesse's answer was brilliant. Can you
Yes, it was.
measure? It's a simple question. Can you measure the drop? Yes.
You can measure it. Jesse's going to have to come back now to tell everybody how to measure it. I'm a genius. I was hoping we'd get this eventually. Really good.
It's a bit of a fiddle.
That seemed to have totally stumped Bev, that he can rattle out such a long-winded question, and Jesse can go, yes. What more do you need? He asked a relatively straightforward question, and he gave him a very straightforward answer. Yes, you can.
Yeah, I'm loving the way they're all going with this. They all must know this method that we've been asking for years. The reason that Jesse Kozlowski isn't here now is because he said that. Yes, you can measure it. He can't answer how. Give us the method, Jesse. He can't.
Give to the Glober this method, because for now they are helpless. They don't know what to do. He has to tell them.
That's why I say he's the wizard, because he's not fooled us. That magic trick is a load of bullshit. I don't believe it for a second. But he can come back and show the Globers, and one of the Globers can come and explain to us. Blue says he's talking to him on the phone. Just get him to do a presentation of how to measure the drop from horizontal of the water level. It'll be great. Anytime.
Yeah, you ask a
Well,
yes or
obviously, he
no
wanted
question.
to know how you would do it. He obviously wanted to know how you would do it, and of course, as we know, farmers, it is moderately involved.
Yes, but Bev is entirely aware of how you would do it, which is why
Is he?
Yes, he is, which is why he's not doing it. Which is why when he did his experiment, that only people in this Discord server could actually witness live at the time, which is why he had two very short water levels that overlapped each other, and why he didn't view from one end down to the other, because he knows what it will show. That's why he doesn't do it.
Right. Exactly right.
That gives the game away.
We don't do that because the dark shark is something we made up. A water level does not need to be sighted. A water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane that works without a sight line. Not needed by anybody.
He knows what he's doing. He knows he's playing a game.
Well, he has claimed in
GTA.
I think it was something about 2 months ago, that he felt that as the distance increases, something happens optically, and that the drop that he possibly is aware of, but I'm still not sure that he is, because remember, he has asked me whether or not he was at that when we saw him in action at Bedford Levels. He was looking through an auto level at it, and the question is he aware that distant thing, he could see some drop or not? I suspect he wasn't aware. Well, I don't know, but I've forgotten what my point was now. But the point is, I don't think he believe. I'm not sure he has seen it. Basically, I suppose is my point. And
I've got a video of all of this, Rumpus. We're just waiting for you to put your video out of what you're going to do on your test, Rumpus. It's all down to you. We've already got our stuff. You could have come and looked through the auto level. You could show us your footage of what you've got through the auto level. Hopefully that'll be coming soon when you do your video, Rumpus. Come on.
recognizing what the drop is, because of course to establish that in our in the Bedford level situation, you have to recognize where the graticule in your auto level is and what the thing is you're looking at and whether one is above the other. Unless you do something like we're doing with the putting up our target, you don't quite know where that is relative to the water level. But he is aware that the bridge and the distance is about the same height, so he should have been able to infer from that there was a drop there, but perhaps he's not just processing that far, or...
Well, years ago, George Natchik showed me a 24-foot drop over 6 miles.
Nutsack's done a 24-foot drop over 6 miles. Across a lake, no doubt.
Yep, indeed. George has done exactly very similar to what we're doing with Rect already. Yeah.
Yeah, and I would remind Bev that he didn't. His question was a yes or no question. He didn't say, and if you can, explain to me how you do it.
No, I didn't want them to explain to me. I know it can't be done. I know it's fucking ridiculous. I just wanted him to say yes so people like Blue and George and Rumpus think it's possible, to show everyone what a wizard does. A wizard tells people. A wizard tells shadow giant stories that other people then recite and keep going on, and you make a fool out yourself. We're not going to make a fool out of ourselves. We just say that level is horizontal, provably so. We're not the ones that say that water level drops away from the horizontal. It's an elevation change. We know how water flows. It flows downwards in order to reach its equal elevation. Always flows to a lower elevation. And if you've got a drop from a horizontal, that's an elevation change. Can't be level. Jesse Kozlowski's taught you a lot. A simple proof to show the drop of the water level. Look, it just so happens we've got the Ruhif numbers. Slice Barkane's test. Seems like Rumpus misunderstands that. He thinks he was looking for a hump. I'm not so sure about that.
So if that's what he was waiting on, he forgot to ask that part of the question.
That's what he wanted, though. Right? Although we can see that Jesse answered the question exactly. What Bev really wanted was, yes, and then how would you do it, is really what he was asking, even though he didn't actually ask that question. But he's an idiot, a moron, so of course he didn't ask the actual question that he wanted to ask in his head.
Yeah, I didn't.
Well, he was perfectly free.
Oh, he knew what question I wanted in my head.
But he didn't do that.
No.
Yes, I think it might have stunned him a little bit just to get a...
I think Jesse must have shown the Globers how to do it, and they're keeping it secret. He must have done. They wouldn't be acting like this, would they? If they didn't know actually how to measure the drop of the water level.
Yes, I think that may have... Yes, I think...
Yeah, I think Jesse's answer was brilliant. It addressed the question.
It was a good answer.
Perfectly. Yep. Anyway, here's some more.
From what time this video
was that it? Was that it? I heard Brian, I heard George, but it was supposed to be Jesse and Bev, like sorting this out and sealing it up for the last time. So let's give him an extra minute.
So you say it can be measured. What sort of distance can it be measured at, please?
What distance would you like to try to measure it at?
I don't know. I'm asking you, what distance can you measure it at? All of these people around here are thinking you can do it. So tell these people at what distance you can measure the drop of the water level from the auto level, please.
Have you not seen the work that I have done showing that? Because I have done this very thing. Did you see it?
He's done it. Jesse Kozlowski's measured the drop of the water level. You know, there's another guy who said this as well, Bob, the science guy. And I called him a liar. Said, no, you haven't. That's after a bit. And to Jesse. But, I mean, if I was to say the same thing to Jesse now. No, you haven't. You've not measured the drop of the water level. That's ridiculous. That would be flowing water. Not in a canal. Measured the drop of the water level from horizontal.
Correct.
Oh, well.
There we go. I'll put that back again.
You measure it at. All of these people around here are thinking you can do it. So tell these people at what distance you can measure the drop of the water level from the auto level, please.
Have you not seen the work that I have done showing that? Because I have done this very thing. Did you see it?
You've measured the drop of the water level from horizontal.
Correct.
Oh, well, where is that? Is that the one where you looked across the lake at like half a mile?
I've done two of the different lake tests. That's correct.
Right. It might be where Bob did it. That's Bob the science guy, or Research Flat Moon went into his back garden with his auto level with fancy pattern flashing lights on it and tried to do the same thing that Jesse did. And then he came and told us that he'd measured the drop of the water level, and I called him a liar.
Well, you never have to worry about calling someone that says that a liar. But is he doing a physical measurement, or is this an optical drop?
Well, if you're using an auto level, you have to have a measuring rod.
You have to have a measuring rod.
Yeah, it doesn't count if you don't have a measuring rod.
Oh, well.
Because you see, I believe.
Has anybody ever seen anybody with an auto level without a measuring rod? I'd say it's a bit of a necessity to be able to measure a vertical distance from the horizontal that you've set with the auto level. They did both seem to laugh then. Strange.
That the only thing he's ever done with surveying is to hold a measuring rod, and that's where he got a certificate from just holding a measuring rod in all sorts of weather.
Yeah.
Hello, George.
Hello, George.
And
Not
you
a
see,
certificate, it's a grade report.
no, it is a GCSE. It is actually a certificate for passing something.
Yeah,
He
passing a grade.
damn it.
It's one of the certificates I have.
I was about to make an important point, and now I've had to think about something else. Yes, I don't think. You see, I think I may revise my opinion. What I said about 10 minutes ago. I'm not sure he does understand what we mean by drop. I think he thinks that Jess is saying there'll be a drop in elevation. I don't think he's using drop.
Jesse's saying there will be a drop from horizontal, which is a measurable drop from horizontal, which is an elevation change. Can't get around it. Cannot get around that basic fact.
Case. That's always been the case with Bev. He always
But I thought earlier
elevation change.
Indeed, but earlier we were sort of Blue Iron Farmers were agreeing that he understood what we meant by drop, and we were sort of coming together thinking he had understood it for once. But
Well,
now I'm beginning to think he doesn't again.
But he equates it to elevation. I don't know why you guys keep bothering with Bev. I mean, he's so incredibly stupid.
So
well, Blue's trying to rectify an insult that he made. He claimed that Jesse wasn't a surveyor. So the main reason I think Blue's doing this thing is to sort of rebut.
Yes, he's a surveyor. He's a certified land surveyor and geodetic surveyor. He's a professional.
He's a certified, says by George, surveyor that says the water level drops away from the horizontal at a measurable rate. Ask yourself, how many other qualified land surveyors would you say certified, or a geodetic surveyor? Well, I mean, they go up in grades. I'm not too sure. See if you can find a qualified geodetic surveyor that says the water level drops away from horizontal.
He teaches other surveyors. He makes videos, teaching videos for the company he works for.
Yeah, we know this, but I think Blue wants to make this absolutely clear to the community around us that Bev is a complete wanker and that Jesse's a accredited surveyor.
Yeah, but the thing is...
Is that what Jesse wants to get out? Nice, his extra sideline. You notice the one about the Bev being a complete wanker comes before he wants to prove that he's an accredited surveyor. Which he's not around here anymore, so we shouldn't really be talking about him.
This is, you know, you're never going to get anywhere
Rumpus
with Bev
shouldn't,
because
anyway.
he doesn't believe that you can measure the drop of water level from one end to the other. He thinks it's impossible, so you're never going to get through to him.
Well,
see, it says, the thing you know is you're never going to get anywhere with Bev because he doesn't believe that you can measure the drop of the water level from one end to the other. He says that. Doesn't believe you can measure the drop of the water level from one end to the other. Not an equal, even altitude. No. George says you can measure a drop. Method will be coming up soon.
This
hopefully.
is George. When you come over to do Rect, hopefully we'll be able to give him a visual representation of this drop. And say, look, there you are, 16 feet of it, mate. Because he was just disputing. Because he just said it was ridiculous. He just said possibly just before you came in.
He's always saying it's ridiculous. I did it 3 years ago. Walter
You did.
Bislin has well documented it, and they still don't get it. Jesus.
Yeah, you did indeed, George. Yeah.
The drop of the water level. These men have already done it.
And Jesse's done it over a 1 mile lake.
Yeah, but that's too small. The results you get are too small for them to accept it. You need to get the sort of distances you and I are trying to get, or you got, and I'm hoping to get, of, a good few tens of feet, and then say, look, there you are. There's 15, 20 odd feet of drop there, mate. Look at that. That's not some sort of optical error, some marginal sort of instrumentation error or something. There's a good, solid human scale drop of the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, but
a human scale. Oh, what's that? A human scale. Let's get that on the go.
They don't believe in average either. Either Rakia, I did observations over 120 days over that winter.
Still in George's mind.
The drop is very real. You can't account for it using refraction. You look at the data and how it.
You can't account for using refraction. How do you use refraction? How do you account for using refraction? I'm not too sure the words are coming out right.
So refraction is a tool to use.
It looks like. Afterwards, when somebody says, look, that's horizontal, they can use refraction to show you that it's not. I think that sort of tool account for using it. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe we'll get somebody to show us. Jesse would be the man, wouldn't he?
Clusters
to talk about it.
And when you back out refraction, there's still a gap between the tangent and the target that you can't account for any other way than Earth curvature.
Oh, by the way, George, you probably missed a bit about 10 minutes ago where this thing where the Blue is showing is from yesterday. That Bev. Oh, of course you won there. He was just he was abusing you by saying you'd called it as being parallel when it was a tangent, and he was thinking, how can you have a tangent as in sort of an auto level or something when it's not touching the ground? Of course, because he doesn't understand that the auto levels horizontal is a tangent, is a parallel to a tangent to the Earth, and he was slagging you off, and we were just sort of saying, oh, what a stupid moron.
Oh, well, I missed that. I just came in about 5 minutes ago.
It's like Rumpus is like, George, don't worry, we white knighted you. When you were saying about he's bringing George into the tangent that isn't a tangent, the non-tangent tangent, parallel to a tangent, non-tangent. Must be George's idea, this.
I've been sandbagging. We're got flooding conditions here.
Anyway, we defended your honour anyway, George. So we gave him a good bollocking for that.
Yeah.
Well, George's idea.
There's no point to it. It just Bev is never going to get it. I mean, he's so incredibly stupid.
Yeah, well, I think the I'm not trying to get anywhere with Bev. I'm just trying to show him up to be the liar and the deceiver that he is. That's all.
Wow.
Nothing more.
Yeah, well, he is. I mean, it's hard to differentiate. Is he truly lying, or is he just so incredibly stupid? He just says ridiculous things that seems to be a lie.
Yeah, this is the question,
Well,
isn't it? Really?
yeah, we differ somewhat in our opinions on that, but
Yeah.
I've yet to change
I think
mine.
he's
Bev knows
I
what.
put in for stupidity rather than lying.
Bev knows what our model is. He knows what it says. He knows how it works. He just chooses to lie about it.
No, let's just say that it's fucking
But Blue,
ridiculous.
don't you accept that he could have been referring in that last clip you were just
Geometrically
playing? He could have been referring
impossible
to drop, as in he thinks we're claiming there's a change in elevation. This is what he's always said previously when we've got this dilemma, and it's the same with SE Montreal, that we've got this dilemma where that everything is dropping and changing in elevation, and the change in elevation you have in your videos, he was claiming he thought you were claiming. So I think when he used the word, it seemed as though he understood what the difference between what our drop we're referring to, i.e. the difference between horizontal and level, but he might be thinking we're arguing there is actually a change in elevation. So I may go back on what I was saying earlier, where I thought he understood what we're saying by drop. I'm beginning to think actually he's not understood what we mean by drop.
I think what they do here a lot is that they like to try and convince themselves that they've convinced it up. Yeah, Logan, I'm live. Me here now is live, but sometimes in the video I'm not live. That's a recorded video that Blue's gone over when we were live a bit ago. So there's some not live bits and some live bits. This bit right now is live, but unless you hear it when it's recorded, which Blue may go over again, so you may hear me saying it's live but not live. Who knows? I hope Blue does go over this. This is amazing. Amazing.
He is deliberately not trying to understand it. I mean, I can explain.
It's impossible. It cannot be understood. The globe model is fucking ridiculous. It's the great paralogism. And I don't deal with the paralogisms. I like to try and sort them out. Too many conflicts. Too many contradictions. I don't go with a model. Any model. And I'm okay with that. I'm fine. It's good.
Explain this thing to a 6th grader and they're going to understand. SE Montreal and Bev have perennially avoided trying to understand what a tangent to the Earth is and what we mean by drop, which is the gap or the distance between the tangent line and the surface of the Earth. You know, and sometimes they equate drop as being falling. And it's not falling, it's just measuring the distance, the gap between a tangent line and the surface of the Earth at some point.
That's just easier to say drop than it is to say all those other words, George. That's all.
Yes, I know, but they deliberately misconstrue and, attach other meaning to the word drop.
That's where the line
Of course,
part
drop,
comes in.
most people, like I said, I could explain it to a 6th grader and they'll understand what we mean by the term drop.
But
the trouble is, it is used to refer to a change in elevation, so you can say there's a drop in elevation. So unfortunately, we're using the same word that's also used for change in elevation, and I think Bev always understands it to mean a change in elevation.
I'll say this again. A drop from the horizontal established by a tool called a level, which is the auto level they're talking about here. Jesse Kozlowski's talking about it. Drop from horizontal is an elevation change. That's a definitive statement. Jesse Kozlowski has said you can measure a water level drop from horizontal over distance. It's ridiculous. Jesse Kozlowski said it. Blue Marbles defended it. Rumpus has defended it. George Nutsack's defended it. All of them have defended it. Just got to get him to come out and show us the method of how to do it. George says you can do it also. George says he's measured the drop of a lake. 16 foot. He's measured it. One end of a lake from the other. 16-foot drop.
No, if he does, he needs to get his hearing tested because it's been explained to him 100 times.
Sorry, what's that? Was that in this one? I get mixed up. Somebody say something or not? I'm talking now. No, must have been on the video.
Yeah, we know.
He
Well, that
knows
shield of stupidity, I'm afraid, Blue, is pretty invulnerable.
And thick.
Yeah.
Were you saying something, Shaky?
Yeah, from what time this video of Bev?
Oh, there you
not
go.
not the call, the video.
The video that Bev is playing is from about a year ago, I think.
Ah, well,
But he broadcast it yesterday, Chike.
Yeah.
Well, he since pictured, witnessed the
You're not
drop
live,
himself.
Harry.
Is that?
You live?
We're live now. We're watching a video.
I'm sorry.
Of Blue going over a live video that we were going over. So, are you out on the road? Yeah, because...
Yeah, I'll be quiet.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah, we're going over a video. I don't think there's much longer left of it.
It's on film. Everyone saw it. There's no point talking about it. If Bev don't see the drop in his old on auto level, that's his problem.
Which video you were talking about of his?
It's not a video, it's a picture.
Which picture are you talking about of his?
The picture he took of the
Blackpool?
The famous Blackpool Tower, yeah.
Yeah. That's right, I forgot about that. He did take a picture through his auto level of Blackpool.
We took loads of pictures of Blackpool Tower through the auto level. Ranty never did it. Nobody's ever hiding away from taking pictures because nobody else would ever do it. There's only us lot that have got auto levels. Strange that, isn't it? All these geniuses.
And his crosshairs are above Blackpool.
You know, Rumpus, Bev's shield of stupidity is thicker than any.
I think that one that Chikey's talking about is the one that DP took a picture of when DP came down.
Bank vault. And more impressionable.
But as I say, he came up with a theory about 2 months ago where he said that after a certain distance that something happens to the optics or light or something as an attempt to justify. So he is obviously vaguely aware of this, as Chike says in that Blackpool thing. So he did offer some sort of excuse for why this happened, and he came up with some. I can't remember what his explanation was, but something. It wasn't quite refraction, he claimed, but it was something I didn't fully understand that he claimed was the cause of this this aberration, as far as he could see it. So I think he's got some other excuse for this drop that we obviously recognise as being a genuine optical a
genuine optical effect. Ooh, it changed them from optical to. I think it just did. Well done, Rumpus. Here we go. Listen.
He's obviously vaguely aware of this, as Chike says in that Blackpool thing. So he did offer some sort of excuse for why this happened, and he came up with some. I can't remember what his explanation was, but something. It wasn't quite refraction, he claimed, but it was something I didn't fully understand that he claimed was the cause of this this aberration, as far as he could see it. So I think he's got some other excuse for this drop that we obviously recognise as being a genuine optical a geometric effect.
Maybe a slip there though, but optical to geometric. I'll just clarify what I said. I said if we can establish that the water level establishes a horizontal plane of reference first, then we can apply that to doing a test to see what optical difference there is between the horizontal and the optical view. But first off is the test one. to establish what a horizontal is and what a horizontal looks like over distance without imagining some sort of a curve. Deal with that first. Then we can use that knowledge to see what happens over distance.
Yeah, the aberration he refers to, we attribute it to a spherical planet.
Yes,
Yeah.
It's just evident optical.
At least he's honest there. They attribute everything to a spherical planet.
Evidence of a globe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great paralogism.
Exactly right. Want to listen to some more of it? We don't have a lot left.
Well, anyway, enjoy, guys. I'll catch you later. I was just taking a
George.
little break from sandbagging. I'll go
Yeah.
back at it. Catch you later.
Okay,
Bye,
George.
Exactly.
Right? It's a measurement. That's why I said, can you measure it? And he says, yes, you can.
Wow.
See, the Globers have been missing out. They should be bringing Jesse back again.
Does it drop from both sides? Is it like a relative drop from your position?
I think you just figured this out. I have been telling you that it occurs from your observation point. So if you're on the North Shore,
That's not what horizontal does, though, is it, Jesse?
no,
That's not.
no. If you're on the North Shore looking toward the South Shore, the horizontal crosshair will extend out into the distance. And if you look at the picture, you know what? I'll show. You want to look at a link here? I'll show you something. While we're on this, why don't we just conclude it? Just give me a second.
So, again, Jesse Kozlowski says that it drops from both sides. I mean, do you think he's a real surveyor?
No chance in hell.
Do you think you could have horizontal that's different at both sides of a lake?
No chance in hell.
It's crazy, isn't it? Doesn't he sound familiar, though? You don't think? This little bit.
South Shore, the horizontal crosshair will extend out into the distance. And if you look at the picture, you know what? I'll show. You want to look at a link here? I'll show you something. While we're on this, why don't we just conclude it?
Like Brenda.
Yeah. Yeah, this is on the recording, this, though. So, I'm going to say that. Wonder what they're going to say.
Just give me a second.
Let's have a listen.
Jesse, you know you can share your screen, right?
Not on the computer I'm on, and I'm using my phone to talk to you guys. So give me a second.
Bev, I'm next.
As a surveyor, just a minute, Bri. As a surveyor, Jesse, do you not consider a water level as a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference? Then,
are you talking about? I can't ever remember my own password. Are you talking about a water level being the tubes of water?
Yeah, just tube. Yeah, just a tube filled with water. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what they use them for, like local construction projects. You know, they don't measure miles and miles and miles with those, right?
They use them for local construction projects, didn't it? Just a little bit earlier, both Blue and I can't remember, somebody else say that they never use it. Blue said he'd kick him off the site because Blue is a site manager, I think, engineer site manager. He'd kick anybody off the site. But Jesse seems to think they're just for local construction projects. Obviously not a site that Blue was on. He'd have kicked him off.
Well, I mean, like a canal's like a big one of them.
Yeah. We wouldn't have even have had a chance to set it up. He'd have seen him with it out and he'd gone like, you fuck off, not on our site. You think you're using a water level here? Yeah.
I'm really in it. It's just a big trough filled with water, right?
It's not the same as a cube filled with water.
Farmers Boy, did you say they're curved?
You understand it's not the same as a cube used over 20 meters.
Well, you're all jumping in to help him. Is it?
I'm not helping anyone. It was just a comment. Yeah, canal's curved.
Yeah, canal's curve. Farmer's Boy. Saying canal's curve.
Help him. Is it?
I'm not helping anyone. It was just a comment. Yeah, canal's curved.
Hey,
Jose, before he drops, can I ask him one question?
Jesse might not be trained for this sort of stuff.
He's sharing. He's trying to share a link so we can get this presented.
Yeah, it's in the chat.
I was trying to help out Guy thinking. I was trying to help him out by making the observation.
Yeah, but yeah, that's not gonna fly easy. That's not gonna fly well. Ken, what the hell? Don't do that, man.
Oh,
scary.
Put a top on.
That guy's terse.
All right, let me
talking.
Yeah, terse B. Yeah, Scottish guy.
Yeah.
Send my
set up an auto theodolite on the
Who's hot micing? Oh, it's Jesse. It's really windy.
Sorry.
Or something.
Is it mine?
I'm not sure. Somebody is like a hot mic.
Zenith angle.
There you go. We're presenting this.
I was hoping Blue was going to go over the Jesse sounding an awful lot like Brenda.
No, it wasn't you, Jesse. It was a video.
Maybe not.
Okay, let me. Hold on.
All right, that's that. So yeah, that's my conversation with Jesse Kozlowski.
And that's pretty much all I captured yesterday.
More than enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that was well done.
Stomach.
Yeah.
I mean, the nerve of these two guys to suggest that Jesse Kozlowski is not a surveyor.
That's my cross so bad I couldn't stand it. I want to get a hold of him and have a word with him about that, but it wouldn't do any good.
No.
Who is that? Left lane. Come on, come over, Howard. Come and have a word with us. Might do good. I mean, who knows? Come and have a word.
Oh, you're right.
You typing, Alan?
Sorry.
Yeah, it is. It is incredibly cheeky, isn't it? I mean, just so disrespectful. But then, if you're remember, most of these people are conspiracy theorists. They believe the whole of society is lying to them.
Yeah.
So presumably,
Is he saying Jesse Kozlowski's a conspiracy theorist?
he becomes as well as
No,
them
he's
being
talking about
intended,
us.
as I say.
He's not. We had a guy who come in here earlier today and called me a conspiracy theorist, and I asked him which conspiracy theory, and he couldn't answer one. There isn't any. We're not conspiracy theorists. It sounds like they're the conspiracy theorists, thinking that there's some sort of conspiracy theory that we're all conspiracying about. We're not. We just talk about facts. I mean, there's no conspiracy that level is horizontal, right? Pretty sure that's not on the conspiracy list. Level being horizontal is not a conspiracy. For sure.
Fibbers anyway, that I believe that the world is lying to them. So obviously they just throw around these accusations of lying very freely. Whereas the reasonable people, I think most people on this panel, all the people on this panel, we don't just accuse people of lying just like that. We have to have some evidence for it.
Could anybody tell us where we said that we were lying? Well, I just said that I don't think Jesse Kozlowski's a real surveyor. The guy from Maine, definitely not. But is that me saying he's lying? I mean, if you're the ones that believe that he is a surveyor, then you believe he's told you that, then was he telling the truth to you? If he was, then fair enough.
We like to think that,
We'll see what happens.
We just don't fling around such a serious accusation willy-nilly.
I think Rumpus has made a lot of accusations against me in the past as well. I'm not so sure what he thinks they're founded on. But I'm just saying that Jesse Kozlowski's the one that said that water level drops from horizontal and given no method about it. It's an impossibility, but he said it. I don't think he's a surveyor. He might be playing a part on YouTube. He could be. He could be acting as a surveyor. Because, I mean, no real surveyors would come here and say anything like that, he said.
Well, quite. But I think you've touched on that because they're so ready to lie that, well, everybody else must be lying too.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, tarring everybody else with their
Don't
brush,
say everyone's
I
lying.
mean, Riley's the
That's
classic
bad.
case. I mean, he accuses. You know, it takes a moment in a discussion for him to accuse someone of lying. And that's
Talking
because
about
he's been
somebody else. It
demonstrated.
might
He's
be
one
the
of
end
the
of
few
us
people
here.
that we've established, I believe,
Bringing
beyond all
out the
reasonable
man
doubt, that
crushes
he's a
about
liar. I
other
mean, he
people.
had that photograph of him measuring on the Isle of Man thing. He claimed he was only at 30 feet, and we've got a picture of him measuring it with a 100-foot
okay,
tape.
we don't need to go over.
When he...
Right, that's that. That'll do. Had enough. Put it back on Discord. There you go. Eric's right. The Great Geometry Conspiracy. Imagine that. A conspiracy about horizontal being perpendicular to vertical. And vertical being also perpendicular to horizontal. Which are two ways. One or the other way. What a conspiracy. Thanks for that, Essie. If you ever get any more of those, give us a shout.
Yep.
That's genius, that. Well, Rumpus is going to... You heard it from Rumpus's mouth himself. He is going to measure the full nutsack drop. He's not going for the hump. He's going for the big boy. The big nutsack drop of 17 feet over water level. Over 6 miles. How's he going to measure it? He's going to measure it with an auto level. He's never used an auto level or put it up on the bridge. I know that for a fact, Rumpus. And Rumpus is going to do a video about exactly, showing everybody exactly what he's going to do. Going for the big lad, the big nutsack drop. Clary's got.
So we have Wallace, Robotham, the lad, and now soon to be Rumpus.
Rumpus, yeah. Yeah, and we'll do it again when we're there. It's going to be great. I can't wait for Rumpus to do it. When he puts that auto level up on the bridge and then goes, right, I'm looking down there.
But I can't see shit.
Yeah, but he'll know where the crosshairs are. And his model is about to shrink dramatically. He doesn't realise it yet. He could have come up and had a chat with us and had a look through the auto level. I keep saying that. If he did, right? If Rumpus did look through an auto level to show anybody what he's going to be doing, he wouldn't be here now. He'd be gone. Yeah, Logan. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. We're going. You come down. You've got a P1000, right? Got one of the biggest collections of P1000s in the UK. And they're all going to be there. Rumpus Test Day. Historic Test Day. We'll all be there. Water levels. Auto levels. Top hats. Mincing around.
Make sure Blue's not around because he'll kick you all out. He sees water levels.
I know. Yeah, it's not one of Blue's construction projects. He's not site manager, is he? On this one. But
All right, he has no authority there. Yeah,
he is meant to be sending George though to keep an eye on Rumpus. Can't be trusted on his own without some official help.
They will have with them new tool, a refraction tool. So
Yeah, they can apply it afterwards, can't they? Apply the refraction tool to get whatever results they want, I'm guessing. As long as it ends up his globe. I mean, it starts off with his globe.
You know, I would pay to have a camera on Rumpus when he gets first light, like when he looks at that first time through the auto level. I would pay money to have that expression on his face.
I hope the first time he ever sets up an auto level is when he's on his test. And I hope I'm going to be there to watch that. Oh, we've got an infrared P1000, Jeff. Got that covered. Already there. Been there, done that. Got the GIF. There you go. I've blue marble while we're waiting. Oh, these load up really slowly, the GIFs on. GIFs on Discord. Oh, they take too long, the GIFs. Yeah. Yeah, Mike's coming as well. Oh, look at this. It's going to be like the annual pilgrimage to the home of Level. The whole team. Everybody down there. Party. Rumpus
Did you say Mike is coming?
Yeah. Mike,
right.
Mike Dornan.
You got an American.
No, Mike. I mean, like I say,
Which Mike?
Mike Dornan in the YouTube chat.
Oh, right. Okay, cool.
Be great, yeah. Good meeting. Like I say, we've got one of the best crews and teams of P1000, P900s, people who want to actually get involved in stuff. We got a good crew. Should be good. It's a good chance for everybody to get together, come and have a meeting. Well, a meeting. Just meet each other. Get out with summer. Might be the only last chance we ever get to go and meet each other. We might not be allowed to meet each other ever again. Yeah, look at that. We've already got about 5, 6. Now we've just got another 2 tonight. Oof. It'd be one of the most filmed tests ever. Think about all of those last ones with Robotham and Wallace. They just had somebody doing a drawing afterwards, going, yeah, that's what it looked like. Now we're going to have cameras all over the place. The whole thing will be documented, start to finish.
People are going to be saying, I was there. I was there.
I was there. We got the footage. Everybody will be doing it. There'll be about 20 videos going out live. We can broadcast it live into Discord. I can't wait. Even if Rumpus doesn't have it, we can all go down there and I'll explain to everybody what Rumpus was doing and we'll go over it. We can do it. Easy. We don't need Rumpus's big flag. We don't need Rumpus's pole to do this test.
Yeah, but are you going to have 6 stations?
I doubt it. I have already got the footage from the auto level though, so without the 6 stations, so you can imagine what it'd look like if you wanted to. I'll try and find it here for you.
Well, thanks to you, I have a clue of what it looks like. And I want to wish Rumpus good luck. He's going to need it.
He's not going to need any good luck. He's done his testing. He's done it all. He knows everything that he's doing. He's tested how the live stream's going to work. He's tested all of his live streaming capability, how to get it out there for everybody. He's tested like putting all of his polls up. He's put them all safely away in the lockup from last year or whatever. I think last year he stored it all away. So he's got all of the equipment and everything's there ready to go. I think he's just waiting on George coming over to give him the thumbs up. Then we can get going. I can't find the clip. Let me get it.
So it's next month, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, last time we heard, I think George says he's coming over in June sometime, but he's doing like a Europe tour. So I don't know what point in thing. He's going France and Germany, I think. He's got a job lined up in Germany. I think the Germans need him.
Right. They don't have enough technicians there. That's true. They're a bunch
Well,
of
you know
dummies.
what they're like for precision. And if the Germans are calling in George, then, I mean, that says more about George than the Germans, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Then they need George to come and do it.
It's not like as if they're known to be one of the most precise engineers in the world.
Absolutely. I've been doing some more Euclid as well. See this one? I like that.
There are a bunch of nuts.
Good. That's how to draw a parallel line. At a point.
Does Rumpus really understand what he's doing?
He's been guided by George. Right, here we go. Oh, come on. I
Unbelievable.
can't find me fucking clip. Oh, wait. Well, there you go. There you go. Right. So there's the P1000 infrared from the bridge. See, here we are on the bridge that Rumpus is talking about with an auto level and a P1000 looking down there. This is the view down from one bridge, obviously, to the next bridge, Salters Low Bridge, 6 miles away. You can see there in the shot.
Oh.
And then the sluice gates are all the way back over here. Rumpus is going to be putting a flag up here at the side of the canal along this bank that leads to this bridge. So he's going to be putting his 16-foot pole. This is the other sluice gate. So that would be about the height. So I reckon about there, perhaps somewhere, Rumpus is going to do his test. If you want to see what Rumpus's pole's like, I think I've got a picture of that.
Is that where the Bedford experiment, like 60 miles, the famous experiment, right?
6
first...
miles. That's it. That's the shot.
Okay.
That's the exact shot that Rumpus is going to be doing. And here we go. This is Rumpus's pole.
It was a big Coriolis day that day.
It's great.
And Blue Marble, actually, I said, yeah, it could be a gravity pocket causing the vertical deviance. And Blue says, or maybe you could research radius of gyration and learn something.
Wow.
Yeah, that's why Rumpus's pole's bent. The radius of gyration. Research
Wow.
Word salad.
Yeah.
So is that somebody on a dance floor gyrating and somebody measuring the... What the hell?
Like Rumpus is saying there, just tell him it's the radius of gyration. That's why he's got a bendy pole.
Complete and utter madness, really. What does that even mean? Gyration.
That's like Elvis Presley, right? I think that's what he did, wasn't it?
Yeah, the shaking, the gyrating.
Yeah.
They thought it was scandalous back then.
Yeah.
Like to bring one of them in here in 2022.
Someone just left the server. It's Brian Muppet.
Yeah, he's only just joined again. I don't know why he's doing that. Yeah. It's cool. He might not like us taking the piss out of Rumpus and his bendy pole.
Too bad.
Yeah.
Because we're going to be doing a lot of it.
Yeah. We're just waiting for Rumpus to put his video out for his test. We're loving it. As you can see, everybody in the chat, everybody in here, we're all looking forward to this. This is going to be a historic test where Rumpus is going to go and measure the drop of the water level over distance. I mean, he's going to measure a 16, 17 foot drop of water. It's great. Everybody's looking forward to it. Hopefully, fingers crossed, like Logan's run says. Hope Rumpus keeps his word that he's going to do this. It's a big effort. He's got a big team of people behind him, rooting for it. I'm pretty sure that all of the Globers really want Rumpus to succeed in doing this.
It's a big endeavor.
You already said, Bev, he's not going to do it. You already coined it.
No, that was Ranty. Ranty didn't do it. I predicted that Ranty wouldn't do it. Rumpus has at least put his poll up, and he was there. He was there on the day that we went there.
He might just pull it off. He might just pull it off. Let's see. I'll reserve judgment. But we will be making jokes before then. Sorry, Rumpus.
It's funny.
Yeah, it's like funny, no?
You having your jousting match with Bacon earlier.
Oh, yeah, that little weasel. Yeah.
I was laughing my ass off.
I kind of overdid it, I should have been more calm, but when I run into weasels like that, it just makes me go, yeah, I shouldn't have done it. I lost my cool.
Has he finished his training? Bacon, the
He's
one
still
that
there.
guy. I know, but he was like brand new to it, wasn't he? When we started about Christmas time, maybe a little bit before that. That Bacon had never done anything. He didn't know anything about anything, and now he's sat there and he's learned a bit more now, has he? Is he an obfuscation master?
Oh, yeah, he's got black belt. Yeah. And he knows how to get on your nerves and all. He's learned a lot. Master troll. He is.
Any valid points at all?
Red?
Say again?
I said you heard that conversation I had with him?
I was laughing. It's funny that somebody was like white knighting for him. Oh, come on. We don't have to go that way.
Yeah, they all saved him. They all jumped in. Well, I did overdo it. I'll say it from now. I did overdo it, but, don't bullshit. Don't try to bullshit me, man.
Right, it's not that. It's if you're wrong, hey, you know what? I was wrong about that. Didn't know that. We can move on from that.
Yeah, he would not admit it. That's what I got. That's why I really got ticked off, He wouldn't admit that he was wrong, even though everybody knows, everybody heard it, right? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I think he flip-flopped harder than Jose.
Yeah.
But
yeah, the new up-and-coming trolls.
The sophist trolls.
Just reading about the.
So I was going.
Go on.
Hmm?
Go on.
No, I was going around looking at other channels and seeing who's doing what, and it seemed like a couple people didn't go live today. I'm not gonna name them names, but they didn't go live.
Well, model Affliction, eh? They might want to listen in. Hopefully.
Keep in mind it's a holiday today.
Oh, yeah. That's just Canada, or?
I'm not sure. Red, do you guys have a holiday today?
Nope. I went to work. Did my job. No holiday for me.
It's just you.
You guys wouldn't
Just
have
the
it. It's,
UK
we
tie
have,
then, right?
yeah, exactly. We have Victoria Day today, believe it or not.
Victoria Day. Sound like a woman's name.
It's like a queen's holiday kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're still a colony.
Is it
Trying to see if I can find it.
J-Ro that posted this? Have you seen it? I said earlier about the US mean sea level and being established from the Great Lakes in America and Canada. You both share the same marker because it is from Quebec, Canada. The mean sea level is all adjusted to that vertical control datum for America and
That's
Canada.
right. We control it. We control the level. Don't you guys forget it in the States, huh? Don't mess with us. We'll take the level away.
Where this guy go?
And there's a little bit. It says the fact that mean sea level is not the same equipotential surface at all tidal benchmarks. That's good, isn't it? Read that again. Says the fact, i.e. the fact that mean sea level is not the same equipotential surface at all tidal benchmarks.
Not. Fantasy on.
That's why they go for one mean vertical datum. One. Not multiple, because they can't be. They're different. Different places. So you have to establish a mean at one point and have that as the vertical control datum at one point. For the US and Canada, it is in Quebec, it seems. Tide
Crazy.
Station, Point au Pierre, Rimouski.
Yeah, I'm gonna drive up there one day, take a picture.
Nice. Tide Station location, Quebec, Canada. Benchmark 1, 2, 5. It'll all be marked as well, like, you know.
That would be a good. I think it's a good long drive from here where I am, though, but still worth it. Maybe I'll take the wife for a drive one day.
Take a little trip.
Yep.
If you look in the live chat, I was there at one of my stops, and that's what I saw on the wall. I said, look at that shit there.
Nice.
You got fans everywhere.
Yeah, apparently he got the fans everywhere.
Is that beverages?
That was an. No, this is a Mexican restaurant. I was making a delivery in.
Get everywhere. You're talking about, Bry? Can't get in. You have to go to the rules thing and click on the rules.
Yeah, I just saw he left the server again.
Uh-huh. You might be getting
Why did he
frustrated.
leave in the first place?
Can't. Oh, he left a bit ago, like a month ago.
Yeah. Oh, you missed it earlier there, SE. That was some dude. He came in hot, some youngster.
Mm.
A new guy, yeah?
No, I don't think he was new.
Oh yeah.
He sounded a bit familiar, and he'd obviously done his research about us. He was hot for Redmond.
Well, that's good stuff. Let Redmond get some heat for once.
For once. I said,
Sitting there all
wow,
quiet.
I'll be on chill, bro.
You're the best. You're the best, Redmond.
I just sit back and chill, listen, digest the things that I'm listening to. But this dude come in so hot. Like I told him, I was like, it's like I told a person a long time ago. I said, man, I'm gonna kick it to you like this. I don't come here for you. I said, you're not even on my radar. So I'm not. You're just irrelevant to me. I don't care nothing about what you think. Then I heard that dude's feeling so bad that I wouldn't give him any type of acknowledgement. You're beyond me. Don't pay no attention to these dudes. Talking about, oh, what do you say, Beth? You probably in the supermarket bagging groceries. Really, dude? Really? Okay. My son is older than you, and he 19. My son stand almost eye to eye to me. Just internet troll.
He was just trying to rile everybody up, trying to get a raise out of everyone.
Oh yeah.
What
The
was
funny
his
thing
thing?
was, he came with nothing, just questions.
Yeah, he said that Cat sent him in here, but then said that Cat didn't send him in here, and then said he did actually send him in here. Yes.
Cool cat.
Mm.
Cats, huh?
Mm-hmm. Other than that, he didn't bring nothing.
No.
A good laugh.
Yeah, I was trying to talk to him about paralogisms and truths and proofs. I asked him, does he imagine that there is any self-evident truths, whether they exist? Which I think is going to be my opening line right now. Do you think there are self-evident truths, or does everything have to be proved at all times to you as a person, right? Like, is it okay for you to accept that pi is a transcendental? Is that a self-evident truth, or is it required that you prove that to yourself? Do you take it as a given, or do you deny it and say it can't be a self-evident truth? He didn't seem to understand what the question was and didn't answer it, obviously.
Self-evident.
Self-evident truths.
as a given. If something is unexplainable, right? Or if it just as in, yeah, I would definitely take that as a given.
Are you watching the thing here, Bri? Whether I can do it. Roles. You click the non-argument one, you muppet. Click that one. Logos familiar. Why did you put that you just want... Come on in, Bri. You should see the agents chat now. Come on. I have to wait for it to catch up. Why did you click that you wanted to do? You're in. I've just rolled you up. Oh, I tell you what, I'll move you. There you go.
Hey, Brian.
There's Bri. Should have been able to come in on your own.
I mute you, Mike, man.
Yeah. I'm going to finish making me brew. Yeah, so that's the discussion. Self-evident truths. We're going to go over tomorrow. We're going to go over some logic sort of stuff. Quite a good one tomorrow, actually.
It's true. It's true that he didn't come in with any substance.
Yeah. He kept saying that he'd been told that I was the Elon Musk of Discord.
Oh, yeah.
What does that even mean? So I
Gotta say it like
definitely
you
haven't
do.
got his money. Even on the Discord comparison, I haven't got that. So I don't know what he was meaning exactly.
I was saying when he said that, yeah.
Oh, someone pushed to talk, for fuck's sake.
Got to change it.
Bev,
Yeah.
Hey.
the only thing I've got come up was convert to push to talk. That's all that come up.
That's you need to change that.
It wouldn't allow me to come in until I went to push to talk. I put it on push to talk, and when I got in it, well, I could. That's all it would, and I couldn't get anything else to come up.
Let's see.
Are you still on push to talk now?
Yeah, I'm having to hit the space bar. I've been talking to myself for 10 minutes, which is about right, actually. Let me change it.
Yeah, it'll be in. It should be in Discord.
I can't type in the chat either. Oh, I'm in the wrong chat. Hold on. The problem is, you see, every time I push the talk, I get a space now in the text bar. Let me change it.
What time is it? It's 20 past midnight. Shall we we'll close it off for today, and Brian be in the chat. Anybody wants to come into the Discord after party.
Good luck.
You think have we something been changed, do you reckon? People have.
It must have been.
We had a new guy come in earlier, so unless he's done something and messed about with it, I don't know how they've done that. But yeah, there was a new guy that came in earlier. He was having a chat. Didn't seem to be bothered about it. Right, well, I know what I know.
Well, I clicked on everything that I had to accept, and the only thing that popped up was you have to convert to push to talk. So I clicked on that, but it didn't give me any other options or bring up any new rooms or anything.
Well, I give you the role because it gave you the non-argument role, which landed you up in that other place. But I mean, I don't know. I'll have to get on the management team to work out what's going on there. I don't think anything's been changed, but we'll have a look.
You've got to argue in here, then. Is that
what?
one of the? You've got to argue, or
No, you say you have to click a thing to say whether you want a logical argument or a non-argument. The non-argument is just where you roll around having non-arguments, talking to people about things that aren't arguments. But if you want to structure a logical argument together, then this is the place for you. Hopefully, anyway.
oh dear.
Right, well, let's just wrap this up and we'll have a chat. To join us tomorrow, we'll go over tonight. Tonight we've gone over Model Affliction with the Blue Marble Science crew. There are misapprehension or misunderstandings about what level is, and they imagine that they can have a drop of a water level from a horizontal plane over distance. Rumpus is going to do his measurement of that supposed at Bedford coming soon.
Well, I term that the drump.
The drump, yeah. Well, now it's a tangent that isn't a tangent. It's a non-tangent tangent.
A curved tangent,
Yeah.
by any chance?
No, it's not curved. No, it's
Oh,
just
it's
not. It's not a tangent anymore. It's just a straight line that isn't touching a curve, but you can. Well, they've been talking about it as though it's a tangent, but it's not a tangent. It's a non-tangent tangent.
Right.
And then tomorrow we are going over starting the run about the trivium and discussion about the trivium. We're starting on the logic progression, so logic day tomorrow, logic night. Join us. We've got some good stuff. We're going to sort of touch on the fallacies a bit. Come on in, Logan. Everyone, come in the Discord if you want to listen to any more. I need to go and get some kip. So
You might have to give them rolls.
yeah, well, I will. If anybody else comes in, let us know. We're going to end up with Buster. I know what I know. So join us tomorrow, Logic Night. We'll have a bit of a roundup about the beginnings of logic and how it's so detrimental to a globe model. Come join us tomorrow. Thanks for listening tonight. See you then.
Double thin clouds of mine. If you walk that road, you'll be left behind, like swaying branches in the air, lost in confusion, filled with despair. arguments and fallacies, taken from the book of lies and deceit. There are those who will never see the gift of Logos that was given to me. And I know how water flows, and I know what level shows it. You'll be wasting your time, mine, trying to change what's been defined. I know what I know. I know what I know. You don't know what you don't know. Blackpool paradox. You think it's measuring, but it's not. It's optical phenomenon. All you fools think you know what's beyond. I know how water flows, and I know what level shows it. You'll be wasting your time, mine, trying to change what's been defined. I know how water flows, and I know what level shows it. You'll be wasting your time, trying to change what's been defined.
Horizon means the line where the sky meets the earth. Yeah, that's the definition I'm going by.
All
And I'm saying-
horizontals are
No, let me
parallel to the
finish, let me
plane of the
finish.
horizon.
Let me finish. You